All right, how's everyone doing today? Sorry for the delay. I don't know. I'm running a little slow this morning. Had a bit of migraine actually. I'm like on Advil and Tylenol, so see how that all goes. How's everyone doing today? Got a bunch of people already coming in through the chat. I guess people are excited to hear what we're talking about today. Either that or it's got to be that thumbnail, right? I gotta give David some major cred on that one. Yeah, this wasn't me. The last two were me playing around, but this one I actually got some help. All right, yeah, a lot of talk. Yeah, so there you go. It's science, right? All right. Of course, I would have had Nikhil join us today, even potentially. And I even talked to him about that. But the truth is, we got a better plan. Nikhil's going to come on and be the guest of the stream next week. And we're going to talk about some of this stuff, but he's been working on something really cool himself. He has created possibly, it's not the first, Daishii did it, but a Vite-based React Server Components solution with routing, with mutations. It's like very advanced React Server component setup built on Vite. So he's going to come and talk about that next week. All right, just catching up with y'all with chat. For those who don't know, I always do this at the beginning. We just kind of kill the pre-rolls a bit because I'm not Twitch savvy enough to actually deal with the pre-rolls. And this way, instead of having wait for stream kind of stuff, you can just hear me ramble about nothing. So, But yeah, it's also an opportunity to come and say hi for people to join on the stream. We should probably advertise that we are live. Let's see here. Yeah, most people on YouTube. We need more Twitch people coming in. All right. Yeah, the thumbnail lured me. Yeah, this is all about the thumbnail, right? Yeah. Hey. Yeah, no, it is exciting stuff. Okay, so let me just let the Twitterverses know that we are live and that we are streaming. And give me a second. Let's see if my screen share works. Present. Share screen. Sorry, this is me being completely behind the 8-ball a bit today. If you can tell from my hair, I was laying down right before the stream. All right, where are we? Here we are. We are live. Let's drop the Twitch link. We need more people on Twitch. TV/Ryan Solid. All right. Watch it be like the wrong link. It happens to me all the time. All right. Here we are. Shall we get started here in a moment? Yeah, I don't know if that's what's in store for us today. All right, good. It's great to see everybody. Yeah. All right. Have I killed enough pre-roll time? You guys all got past the 30-second or minute ads they're doing on Twitch? I don't know. It seems like the ads get longer and longer. Yeah. Anyway. Okay. Well, let me see here. I'm pretty stoked for our guest today. He's been on my stream before, but it was kind of impromptu because we had something to announce, and we didn't really give him the full proper introduction like we tend to do here, proper conversation. We just kind of pull them in for a secret surprise announcement. Didn't even advertise it. So this time we get to spend a little time with it. So I'm actually really stoked about it. I think you all know him and his amazing contributions to open source over the years. So let's welcome Tanner Linsley onto the stream. Hey Tanner, how's it going?
What's up? I actually didn't have any of this like 10 seconds ago.
Yeah, this is not how you were when we were doing.
Like, wouldn't that be funny? And I'm like, what do I have sitting around me?
Oh, yeah.
We won't do that. We won't do that for the stream though.
Where are you calling in from today?
I'm in my office at the Nozzle HQ.
Nice.
Yeah, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Nice. Yeah. There we go. Chat's loving it. Yeah. Anyways, let's ask the generic questions. Let's just get started because I didn't get a chance to do this before, and I like to do so when I have a guest like yourself on the show. We're going to talk, obviously, talk shop, talk about what we've been working on, what we think about, thoughts of the future, kind of go through a whole bunch of topics. But where it starts with is a bit more about you. And I know I asked you to introduce yourself last time, but we're gonna do a little bit more this time. I just, go for it, Tanner. Introduce yourself.
Yeah, so I got into software back in high school. HTML, CSS had just come out. It was a big deal. And then I kind of didn't do any software for a while. It was just for a class. I got into audio engineering and video production and editing. I went to school for both of those for a few years. And then when I realized I wasn't going to make any money and that I was already paying my bills by building websites with WordPress, I was like, oh, I should probably become like a website person or something like that. So I went full time building WordPress sites for this one company, and that was a lot of fun. That eventually evolved into kind of like a VP of tech kind of a role. And so I got way too deep into PHP and hated my life. And then
when was that about? Just for timeline.
That was like 2012. 2011, 2012. So Angular was hot right around that time. It came out when I was in school still, and everybody's talking about it. And I was like, where can I learn Angular? Are we going to learn Angular, And they're like, no, you're not going to learn any of this stuff in school. And I was like, well, I need to learn it. Where can I go? So I started going to meetups. I went to a meetup at our the big Adobe campus here in Utah, and they were talking about Angular. So I started getting into Angular because I wanted to build iOS apps. Like I was raised in the generation where like the iPhone came out when I was young, and everybody wanted to build an app, and that was like part of my dream. Gotcha. And I was like, oh, JavaScript is way easier than Objective-C. So let's just piggyback on Angular and Ionic and build an app. And I did. I built a pretty cool app. It did offline mapping and navigation for off-roading here in Utah in Moab. It's a location called Moab, and it's just like a bunch of petrified sand dunes and rock formations, and you drive Jeeps all over. Yeah.
Funny enough, I think I'm going there this summer. Our family trip, after I do all the conferences, is going to Utah to a number of places. So,
well, you'll have to tell me when you're in the area. Yeah. So I did that for a while. It was a lot of fun. It was just kind of a fun thing. But eventually that took me into like front end development. I started going to more meetups, and that's actually where I met my co-founders here for Nozzle. And I also met Kent going to that same meetup. In fact, I met Kent on the day that he gave his first talk ever at this meetup, which was really interesting. So,
do you remember what the topic was?
I can't remember what the topic was. It was good, as you would expect with Kent. It was well presented. I just remember that he had a heckler in the audience. Like
really?
Somebody who was like, no, that's not right, or whatever, and all of us were like,
how many people were in the room? It's like 10 people. There's
this is a big meetup. There were like 40 people there.
Okay.
And Kent, even though he was like fresh up on the stage and everything, he was like, no, I'm right. That's the right. It's right. He was very confident, and I was like, sweet, this guy's cool. So yeah, I remember that. And then we formed Nozzle like 8 or 9 years ago, and I didn't finish school. I have like partially 3 different degrees, basically, audio engineering, software, and like video, basically film. And then yeah, so we started Nozzle, and then during Nozzle is just kind of when everything started to take off. So really got into open source because I needed help. Started building my own open source libraries because I wanted to dabble in that. Had to learn React because we were digest cycling all over Angular.
Yeah. I'm just trying to think of the time period here because 9 years ago puts us 2014, 15, right around. I mean, React came out in 2013, but like no one liked React in 2013. So we're talking about, this is when React's starting to pick up steam a little bit, and you're sitting there with Angular JS, and you're sitting there with the newcomer React. What was that like?
So I remember at the first meetup where I saw it, somebody was presenting. They had a calendar app, and they're like, we wrote it in Angular, and it couldn't keep up. You know, like it was this calendar scheduling kind of a UI. And they're like, then we wrote just this one piece in React. Like it was all Angular, but then they wrote this one piece in React, and it was really fast. And I was like, oh man, my life is turned upside down. Because at the time, I was definitely an Angular person. Like a lot of people were, I think.
Yeah.
And not a JavaScript or even just software person, you know?
Yeah, that's interesting. Yeah, because like when you saw Angular and you saw its conventions, did it feel originally natural to you, like from the any previous stuff you're looking at, or you were just like, this is what front end is, I guess, and I'm gonna.
I had done so much jQuery before that.
Okay.
So it was the first taste of like real magic that I had felt.
Right.
In my front end career, which is still very young, but it was very magical. Like the two-way data binding, man. I mean, I know in hindsight it's kind of like yuck, but it was such an amazing sales and marketing pitch. It demoed so well.
Yeah. You know? Yeah, because everyone was like used to like manually finding the elements and then like updating them and all this stuff, and it was like, no, all the code disappears, no boilerplate. Yeah. I'm actually working on an article around two-way binding. I just haven't got around to releasing it. It's definitely an interesting topic. Okay, so we're done talking about Angular. We're talking about React now. So so you're like, okay, we have to use React.
We were sitting in our tech accelerator. So we went through a tech accelerator. What year did we go through that? In 2016. So we'd made it pretty far.
Okay.
With Angular. And 2016, we were sitting on our tech accelerator. It was a Kansas City Sprint accelerator through Techstars.
Okay. And it's 2016. Angular 2 was like right on the right about to come out. That's when Angular 2 came out.
They had announced it. I mean, it feels like it took years and years and years, right? Yes, but it was in like that phase where like Angular 2 was out or being teased or something, but people were getting impatient, including me.
Yeah.
And then like I was already sold on React by that point. We really just kind of said we need to rewrite now so that we can not be held back by this framework. So I brought out one of my friends who's, I don't even know if he does software anymore. He kind of just got burnt out on software overall. Jason Maurer. We flew him out, and he helped me rewrite Nozzle from Angular to React in like 2 or 3 weeks.
Okay, just to help people out here, because we talked about Nozzle, mentioned it. Nozzle, again, what is it? Just for...
So for like in layman's terms, it's like an SEO analytics platform. And we're specifically talking about...
Is that like Mixpanel?
No, we're specifically talking about rankings from search engine results.
Okay. So it's not like user flow things. It's okay. Search
No,
results.
your basic flow is you'd come in, an SEO team comes in to Nozzle, and they have a big list of keywords and phrases that they care about ranking high for in Google. They put in their keywords, and we begin to track them at various schedules. And when we say track them, we go out, we make the search, and we scrape all the HTML off of that Google search result, and we log it. We catalog it into like BigQuery, and
Right.
then we gather up a ton of this data, and then we have to process it into a huge column store database so that we can query it out and feed that data back to people. So
Okay.
it's a search engine result data as a service, essentially.
Very cool. Yeah. David, who also created our amazing thumbnail today, says that he uses Nozzle keywords, rankings, aggregates into a dashboard to support optimizing SEO. Yeah.
All right.
Very cool.
Sweet.
Okay. So Angular digest cycle not doing it for you. Huge re-render, dirty checking cycles, not good. And you got help, rewrote in React, and it was pretty sweet.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. It was a lot faster, right?
Nice.
And it just, I mean, there's something to be said about maybe it was faster, not just because it was architected to be like faster as a library, but also it changed your intention, like the way that you wrote your code. It made you more intentional about data flow and performance, instead of just throwing it onto $ scope and just hoping that everything works out.
Yeah, sorry. Theo just joined the chat.
Yeah, and for parasocial figs, like I do remember when React was the fastest option, but it was like a magnitude faster in some cases, and that's why it was like really groundbreaking.
Yeah. Well, especially because there weren't patterns. Like even there's a lot of things that were like there's the diffing as an approach was not something that was common outside this dirty checking. So like when you hit a scenario where you could diff instead of like some naive kind of like replacement type stuff we were used to at the time, it was amazingly faster. I remember seeing that DBmon example Ryan Florence did with like he had Angular and Ember and React, and Angular actually kept up for quite some time, and then he went and he's like removed the throttle and just went, he's like spam this as fast as you could, and like nothing there could keep track of React. Of course, that example, he was sending all the data for the page as fast as possible and diffing the whole page. It's hard to beat a diffing engine in a scenario like that.
Right. Totally. Yeah, it was crazy to like open up the Angular dev tools and see like just how much work it was actually doing in a digest.
Right.
Because going from that, where there was like this, like it really was just like this washing machine of side effects that was just going and going and going and going until it just kind of resolved, compared to, hey, we're just going to re-render your app top to bottom
Once. Yeah.
one time, you know, and as long as you didn't have like a lot of like crazy side effects, and that gets worse with the history of React, but in the beginning, like that's how it was, and it was really fresh.
Right. Yeah. So you got this stuff in Nozzle, got your startup, got a new React app, things look good. How did open source come into the picture from that point? Like, because obviously, like it's not like React query started as Angular query.
No.
So
I, in the beginning, so let's see, my very first open source project was ng try toggle. It was the green iOS toggle button, but you can have 3 states,
right,
left, right, or off. And it was super dumb, but people loved it. A few people loved it. After that, I dabbled in a couple of others that we didn't end up using, some like touring UI stuff that would kind of like highlight and lightbox certain things in your app and take you on a tour. I actually still own the organization for that, tRPC, if anybody wants it.
Was that stuff at all associated with Nozzle and your work you're doing it with Nozzle?
Yeah, some of it was. Okay. Like I think it was like NZ try toggle.
Okay.
Like,
right.
And then, but after that, we didn't really have a whole lot of libraries until React Table came along. And what happened there was we moved over to React, and we brought over. Right. We didn't need to bring over a whole lot of things because most of the tools we were using were just kind of like agnostic. Because it's funny, I feel like before React got really popular, most tools were agnostic.
Right, and it's
and the difficulty was like making them work in any framework, right?
Yeah. It makes sense. It's because obviously the history with jQuery when it was the biggest, and also I think the component model and like componentizing and saying like this is the unit basically is a very like you have to play with the framework. The other ways were a little more open to the outside. That's an interesting observation and something that actually applies to server components. We might get to that a little later, but
yeah,
continue.
There was a lot of like, okay, here's a div element, and then we're just kind of like render it and then wire on something that has nothing to do with React at all.
Right.
And that's kind of how it was migrating, and it worked out really well. One of the first libraries that really gave us a problem was we were doing a lot of data tables, and I was using a library called NGGrid.
Okay.
And I honestly can't remember now if NGGrid was no, it wasn't NGGrid. NGGrid was like an Angular grid, right? And there was no equivalent in React, right, or like an agnostic solution. I found NGGrid.
So we're talking 2016, and the React ecosystem wasn't quite where the Angular ecosystem was.
A whole lot there. That's another reason why I kind of got into open source, because like it's almost like the React ecosystem was fresh, and there was a lot of new space to explore for like really first class React libraries, because everybody wanted them.
Right.
React upped the game on like component system and component designing across the board. And I think people kind of started to expect that same quality out of everything that they used. So it's like, even though in hindsight, it's like, oh yeah, everything should have stayed kind of agnostic and we just have these adapters, there was something really nice in the early days about just saying, it's a React library, you install it and you use it and you're done,
Right. Yeah, no, that makes sense. And when you have specific solutions, they often play nicer like together because you don't have to worry about some other scenarios and you can kind of streamline it. I can see the benefit there. It's just,
well, you will know specifically firsthand why a lot of things needed to kind of be React things, is because before React, what was reactivity? It was, click handlers and input handlers doing spaghetti code stuff.
Right.
Then, you have other libraries before that, Knockout and Ember, right? But reactivity was kind of like, well, what is it? As a watcher, observable kind of a thing, So reactivity was still a new concept, and Angular was a really strange reactivity model.
Yeah.
And then people, I feel like people were kind of searching for something a little more concrete, and that's why React, where it was fully immutable as a reactivity model, it was a little bit maybe overkill for people moving away from Angular, but it was really safe feeling. You're like, oh, everything is very, everything's immutable and everything is pure, and I can reason about this. Because people were coming from Angular where they was just like, I can't reason about any of this, right? So beyond that, what I'm saying is that React from the beginning, I feel like there's been this ecosystem and community of immutability kind of like internally inside of the React ecosystem, where it wasn't this strict when it came out, but over the years, React has really leaned into immutability.
Yeah, more. I mean, they didn't need to initially. It was really easy sell there. Like, because Angular sell, I guess, over, say, Knockout or Ember was you didn't need special data. The model was so weird because they did everything possible to make it that you were literally using plain objects. Like, no one wanted special data. Like, it was just like, oh, this is easier. React will let you also not use special data, but didn't have all the weirdness around like Zone.js and like all the update stuff. So
and it was very manual. You were like, it was like, should we update this component or not? And you had to like get into that life cycle and write very specific logic of comparing previous things to next things, you know.
It's kind of crazy though how in the early React days that like don't worry about it, like just re-render it. Like it didn't even really focus on the immutability that much. It was just like it was just so empowering from the fact that like you were just like I don't care. And like I kind of feel like React might have been able to just continue on that road for a long time and people might have been
Yeah.
pretty happy with it. It's almost like at a certain point they made everyone aware of like they themselves pointed the like shone the light on where their performance issues were in a sense, which is good. It means that they were like, hey, we need to improve. And sometimes by improving, you actually indicate where the the shortcomings of the approach is.
Yeah. And I
Like,
think
'cause-
that was around like should component update and hooks. Like
Yeah.
there was the transition between, hey, should component update can kind of be a mess to work with sometimes, and maybe a
Right.
lot of people weren't even using should component update,
Yeah.
you know. And then they're like, oh yeah, and they're like, well, now you just have a hook, and
Right.
you know, and now immutability is kind of this first class citizen of the change detection.
Yeah. It's
So
interesting. Hooks put it literally everywhere, and it's
yeah,
so interesting to me because, I mean, you know my perspective. I never React's blindsided me a couple of times, and Hooks was one of them. Because like personally, I was like, I'm fine with my data being special. You know, I'm good on reactivity. React's never going to do that. They just want everything to be plain objects. Hooks
yeah,
is such a funny middle ground in that they can still go, yeah, they're just plain objects, but like when you look at the way that it actually works and all the rules and stuff, like the plainness of it is not really a characteristic of it anymore. I mean, you look at hooks, you look at a reactive system, and you're like, anyway. And that's
it's
as you
true.
said, immutability and structural cloning suddenly were important because at every single one of those, it reruns based on an equality check.
And I was really excited about hooks. We're really going through a history lesson here, but like hooks were so important to me, and they were great because of the composability aspect of them, because that was very much needed. Render props were getting way out of hand. There were render props for everything, and so when hooks came along, like wow, they really solved the render prop and composability problem, but they put closures and memoization and like the change detection, you know, reactivity system of React right in front of you. And
Yeah.
it was kind of like where you said they improved on one thing and it really like it really brought out the bad in another.
It's funny because until hooks came out, the way to solve any problem in React was like make another component. It's like
Right.
it's like you're like, okay, how can I do something here? Okay, we just need more components, and then it was like
Yeah.
more components, make more components, make more components.
Yeah.
And hooks are like, okay, no, maybe we can like keep the components back in a place that's like closer to logical. Like it's interesting. Components serve two purposes. There's like the mental mindset of like this is an encapsulatable piece of code that has a specific purpose, and there's a mechanical piece for React's change system, and it doubles on that. Hooks let them kind of back off the mechanical thing a little bit and give people different type of composition pattern where they could like kind of, I guess, not make everything into a billion little components if they wanted to control execution. Like I'm talking from an optimizer standpoint. Most people probably weren't using React the way to like get the most optimal performance in 2016, 17. I was, because I was in benchmarks, but I don't think that was where most people's heads were at. They were just like, re-render everything, go.
Yeah. And and I'm still almost very much in that camp of just kind of like, I just want to re-render everything all the time. And most of the time I'm just going to plan on things re-rendering all the time as fast as possible. And if I have bottlenecks, then I'll approach them. I still think that's the best ways to approach React anyway.
Right.
But,
so you were using your class components, doing your thing. It was React Query pretty much, it was a post-hooks thing, wasn't it? Like,
well, yeah. So I was actually working on a version of React Query a little bit before hooks came out. I was working on React Table version 7, and then hooks came out, and within 3 days, I completely re-architected React Table version 7 to use hooks instead of render prop.
Yeah, so you were super stoked.
Yeah, and in fact, I have a talk from React Amsterdam a year or two ago that talks about React table. You can go listen to that because I talk about that experience. But right after that, I kind of went back to, I had this code where I was using Redux at the time, and I had abstracted away all of the life cycle for data fetching using Redux into some components like render prop components. And it was still using Redux at the time. And I wanted to move it off of Redux and into something custom. But then I got into React table, hooks came out. And when I came back, I was like, this is a great place for hooks to be. And that's when I was like, okay, we're going to rip out. Actually, the first version was still using Redux. It was just abstracted away. It was an implementation detail.
Right.
And then, that's when I used hooks to get the first use query that we had in Nozzle. So we used React Query internally, codenamed React Query internally for a few months, and it was built on Redux.
Interesting. It's funny. So like every other React app at that point, you were using Redux to do your state management. Oh man, that must have been really interesting for your problem space. So I'm just picturing, because Redux is very centralized, structured cloning. These are the actions. Everything's off a central store. Everything runs. It just seems very different mindset of what I'm thinking of data tables where there's a billion data points. But anyways, then you're okay, hooks.
It was it had its own store and its own actions and context and everything. But I isolated all of that away from where you use it. So you had no idea. It was just a provider and some hooks. And the hooks had selectors in them at the time, but they don't even anymore because we went to the key-based system.
Right.
The query key system. But in the beginning, they were selectors, right?
Gotcha. Ooh,
and then eventually I just said, okay, all this Redux stuff is just overhead. I'm just going to create this in-memory map, of string to whatever, of hash to all the state. And I can do my own state machine stuff. X state was super hot around then, and I had been talking to David Kershid a ton, and I was like, I don't need Redux to do my own state machine stuff. So I built my own state machine logic into this query system, and then it ended up just being hooks and a couple of state machines.
Right. So okay, that makes sense. So you had Redux is a very simple state machine type thing, and you just kind of built your own internally and dropped Redux because you didn't need a lot of the other stuff. And I guess it's funny because Redux ended up having RTK query eventually, their own query client based on. So it's funny, but React Query actually started in that zone. Okay. I'm following that. So then you were able to kind of drop the extra dependency. Because here's the thing. Redux did have the benefit of having really cool dev tools at the time too. So I guess what was the major motivator? Was it just the size and having to depend on something else for dropping Redux at that point? Just curious.
Yeah, and just the mechanisms for getting into Redux internals were just kind of clunky. I felt like it's almost like an immutable versus mutable discussion where with Redux you had to use the reducers and the actions and all that. And while they kind of kept things relatively safe, I was confident that I could write a state machine in vanilla JavaScript that was just going to be extremely tailored to the use case of keeping track of this data.
Makes sense.
And some things I needed to mutate and some things I didn't. And I based it all on immutability still because it worked well for the React ecosystem. So, and then obviously dev tools were a big thing. And I was like, oh, am I going to lose dev tools, And then I didn't launch with them. But honestly, it was a week or two after React Query kind of started to take off. I was like, oh, by the way, here's a DevTools package that I just built using React. And it's just a component you render and feed your query client to, and it ended up being better that way too, because the Redux DevTools are really good, but they're very generalized. The React Query DevTools are very specific to querying for data and toggling the states of the state machine and sorting and filtering and seeing stale and cache time, state statuses. So it ended up being not too difficult to ship dev tools that were technically better use case for what we needed.
Makes sense. Okay. Yeah. So then immediately, and that's the thing. You're working on it nozzle. So you had like incentive to build these tools because these are like these things are being used inside. So you're like, okay, I need developer tools. I'll build them, and it all kind of went along with that. Okay, that makes a
Yeah.
lot of sense. So basically, we've got nozzle. We have React hooks, in fact, having been a big piece. This is 2018. You decided to just go all in on hooks almost immediately, and that led to creating. You were working on data fetching patterns for Redux anyways, and then you're like, okay, it became its own thing, and suddenly React Query was born, and it caught on pretty quick, eh? Like, because my memory of React Query was like 2019, like it was pretty
Yeah,
big.
it was like I had already had React Table, and React Table was like a slow burn, and
Right.
it was like it's a really healthy project, but it was a much slower. Like React Query scared the crap out of me almost. Like I published it and I was like, hey, this is really cool, and I'm using it. Check it out. And obviously, I did some sales and marketing behind it because I thought it was amazing. Like I wasn't totally surprised. I was just overwhelmed by how fast everything happened. And then I did a talk about it during, um, or let's see, so I did a talk in JSConf Hawaii
Yeah.
about hooks, and I mentioned React Query in that talk, and people really started asking me about it then. And then I did a talk about React Query itself during the pandemic in 2020 on at React Summit, where I just introed React Query, and that's really where like 2020, beginning of 2020 or whenever that happened, I can't remember when it was. It really kind of just took off. Um, yeah,
Yeah. Yeah, no. Yeah, well, and that's the thing. I remember seeing it too because it's for those who don't know, Solid's resource API was actually inspired by React Query to a certain degree. And if you look at it, we created like Solid's resource API came out in 2019. So it was actually, I guess, still fairly new. Like it was within the first year we looked at it and we were like it had already gone big enough that it was the awareness of React Query went outside the React ecosystem. Like this was a pattern, this was a thing, which is really, really quite cool from my perspective. Because yeah, I looked at it and I was like, huh, the keys are a little bit like, are a little bit like how should I put it? Like, they're like we need reactive props anyways. So like
yeah.
that separation, the keys and the fetcher was actually really, really convenient from my perspective, and I kind of leaned right into it. But
Somebody mentioned SWR too, which is interesting because I didn't even know that SWR existed, and they didn't know that React Query existed. And then when we were like kind of sharing the internals around a little bit, we collided a little bit, and I can't remember who I talked to. I can't remember who it was at Vercel.
yeah,
Well, I was light at the time, but like we were like, oh hey, you built that too? Like I just built that. We're gonna launch, and we launched like within the same week, and so we
it's
were like, clearly the pattern was ripe, you
yeah.
know.
I mean, it's so funny because like these things happen all the time because you see like the developments in the ecosystem and there's evolution. Everyone's kind of like at it at the same time. The funniest one for me is to this date, I can't get over the fact that the original JavaScript frameworks like all came out within like a couple months of each other, especially within a week. Backbone and okay, I'm getting echo through your audio now.
How's that? I'm just trying to get rid of this pop. Somebody
Pop.
said that there's a pop sound too. So
Yeah, okay. So now it's not popping, and yeah, that's better. There you go. Say some more.
actually, you know what I can do is I'll just put my AirPods in and like pray to the AirPod gods that this works, because that might help.
Yeah, because then we can
So
get some nice stuff there. But yeah, what I was saying is like if you look back, Backbone came out like a week apart from Angular. I think Angular was first. Angular JS and Backbone were a week apart, and Knockout came out about like 2 months before them. Like, but it was like within that range.
yeah,
All three JavaScript frameworks, which are arguably the first declarative JavaScript frameworks. There was like prototype and MooTools and like jQuery and stuff, but the first like template based like kind of like we're all in declarative style all came out within a month or two of each other. And you have to imagine those things took more than like Well, maybe back then it only took a couple weeks to put one of those together, but like there's some effort, and to have them all just show up at exactly the same time is pretty crazy.
Yeah. Yeah,
But
it's really weird sometimes how things like coincide,
um,
without any planning at all.
yeah, and I think it's funny the RPC server function thing, which we'll get to a bit later, also is an example of this sort of thing where we're seeing, just because the needs, it just comes very common understanding at the same time that we need to solve these problems, and then you find multiple people
Right.
working on those problems. Okay.
Yeah, I totally feel that.
So SWR, React Query, we're there, which is sweet. And now we're in a situation where it's picked up, Nozzle's using it. You have a number of other libraries too, right? Because you got like, what was the other one? React Virtual. Like, I'm getting the other ones started showing up around this time period, right?
Yeah, virtual is pretty fresh. I had a handful of others. Like I had React Form for a little bit. I still use it internally because it's a technical debt, but I don't advertise it anymore because it's not that great. React Virtual is probably the newest one. React Ranger is out there, and one of my contributors, Robert Kalinsky, is working to bring that to like a 10 stack Ranger. So it's a really small library, but it's a lot of fun.
Right. That's cool. Oh, before I forget, I want to thank Julian NG subscribed at tier 1, and also the Tony subscribed at Prime. Thanks both
React
for
static. Yeah, I forgot about that one.
There you go. Yeah. So yeah, a bunch of these ones, and you just prefix them all with React. Any thought of the naming?
Funny enough about the React static thing is I spoke about React static at JamStatConf in like 2019, I think, something like that. And but React static was a static site generator, and I thought of it, it's just a static site generator. It was a framework. Like it really was a full-fledged framework. And at the time, I was competing with Next and Gatsby, right?
Yeah.
And between us here, like when I was working hardcore on React Static, I was slaying build times against Gatsby and Next.
Right.
Like before they even came out, like I was doing multi-threaded builds,
Right.
with distributed builds with React Static, and it was so cool. And it was a progressively enhanced thing. So like it would just statically output the JSON and the HTML you needed for the page, and then you'd hydrate up from there, and then it became an app. So like I was really excited about that. That's another talk you can go back and watch if you want out of the archives. But like the problem there, that was my first experience with like sustainable open source conundrums, where I wanted to put so much time into it, but we didn't need that for Nozzle.
Right. Yes.
And also like Vercel, they were just like, I mean, you think Vercel's dumping they're dumping way more money into it now, but even in the early days, the fact that they put full-time employees at all on this open source project that was Next, I was like, I'm competing with a giant, and Gatsby just raised $30 million, and I'm just me.
Right.
I decided pretty soon after that to throw in the towel and like build something that I actually needed, which is where table and query came in. So
right. It's interesting though, because Nozzle had no use for like server side pre-rendering or anything. This was just like,
no.
I'm actually really interested about this React static thing because
actually we used it. So we were using Hugo to do our static site for our marketing site. Hugo's really
fast. Yeah.
And we didn't need it to be fast, but it just was fast, and we were a Go team, so we thought it was cool. And then I built this because I was like, I don't want to write Go templates. I'm not going to do it. I want to use React. I want it to be cool. So that's why I built React Static, was because we were a 3-man team at the time, and I was the one who had to do the marketing site. So I wanted to have fun while I did it.
That makes sense. It's funny, like, because I work with Zach from 11T, and that like his whole goal was to make Hugo usable by a JavaScript developer. That's the whole goal of that project initially. Super fast rendering, but okay. So you just did it, and then you're like, oh, I'm not gonna like actually take this far enough. It's interesting though. Like, it's definitely become more. It's definitely become this, people are more aware of these kind of build time performances now than they were back then. Like it's funny now that we compete on that, like we have like Veet versus Turbo Pack and all this stuff, and that's obviously not static gen necessarily timings, but like this is becoming an area where no one really cared that much about the performance. At a certain point, that completely changed though.
Yeah, and it's weird that like some people saw that smell really early, and they're like, we need to kind of do this serverless CDN hybrid thing. And that's kind of like Next pivoted to that. That was really smart. Gatsby just kept leaning harder and harder into static builds and trying to like cloud CI out the static build process, which I think was just a really bad bet. And then there's people that just went full serverless or full like long running server, right? Like we see a lot of like that's kind of more like where like Remix just was like, we're not even gonna do static stuff, So yeah, it's become like less and less of a problem. But yeah, in the moment, like it was a microcosm of weird performance benchmarking at the time, because it was kind of just like all we knew, and we were like little kids playing in the front end sandbox, just like, well, my castle's bigger than yours, when in reality, like there's people on the back end, like server side, that are just like laughing their heads off, like, what are you guys doing, So, but it was fun in the moment. Like it was really cool to explore, like how far can we take static site generation? How fast can we do it?
Yeah, no, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so getting back around to like React Query and stuff, because I'm thinking about this a little bit. Like, it's funny because React Query kind of went on to be like, obviously people use it for data fetching. Did you realize like when you built it that like people would use it for like basically promise into state, like basically just as a converter for basically anything promise based in React?
Absolutely.
Okay.
I totally planned. Like there's a reason where I was like, okay, where does the abstraction level sit? And I was like, anything that's a promise, literally anything, even if the promise resolves immediately, that's where I'm going to draw the line. And I mean, I knew that it would be used for a lot of things. I won't say that I wasn't surprised at some things. One of my favorite examples that go down in React Query history is when Theo is like, guess what? I use React Query to access all of the async device APIs when they were doing like ping and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Because the async platform APIs suck to use, and they always have been terrible to use. Like I even go back to when I used like Ionic and Capacitor, and everything's promise based. And in reality, you just wanted to treat these things as if they were kind of like synchronous. And so Theo was like, hey, this is what I do. And by the way, React Query is the ultimate asynchronous to synchronous converter.
Yeah.
And I was like, wow, that's exactly how I wanted it to be used. But I was happily surprised at like how that came out,
I was interested because I am referring to Theo's comments about this, and it was very important obviously when I was designing the resources for SolidStart, because I was designing a primitive. Like
Right.
I'm not just query. Like it's funny, the reason I mentioned is because React Query very much lends to query, data fetching kind of mentality and just the naming,
Right.
which is why I asked on it. But like when I was creating resources for Solid, I was like, I need this period. I need promise to signal, right? Like that's essentially the thing, and that's why React Query was such a good API kind of benchmark for me to look at and see like how that should look like.
Right.
But so I was very curious if it was like always like that. Okay, that's good to know. So you kind of always had that kind of use case in your head. I mean, we're kind of catching up to the present, aren't we? Right?
Yeah, we're getting pretty close.
Right? Because like now we've kind of established a bunch of open source libraries and Nozzle, and we're getting into like 2020 and the pandemic and kind of time period where like there's some questions people are asking about tRPC, like because obviously again Theo's pushed the tRPC the last year and a bit, I guess year and a half,
Right.
has definitely been a big push on another use case where React Query is super commonly used. But React Query was kind of already pretty big on its own right before all of this.
Yeah, I mean, tRPC is like one of like I imagined eventually that React query would get packaged up somehow. And when we took it agnostic and made it really easy to just integrate into anything you wanted, when tRPC did that, I was kind of like, finally, finally somebody figured out that you can just wrap this up. And that was around the same time that there were just lots of GraphQL generator clients coming out that were using it. And even still today, there's some coming out that do that, like Buff Connect and Buff.io. They just barely came out with one that does like connect gRPC React query essentially. It's pretty sweet. So
you had to change your npm namespace, so you didn't. You basically, the blue line and the red line should be added on top of each other.
yeah, which is funny that so the blue line is when we change the namespace, and it's funny to see the blue line like already catch up to SWR. As far as like vanity metrics go, that makes me smile.
Yeah. I was just trying to figure out like, okay, but yes, tRPC had amazing growth over a short period of time.
Yeah.
But in terms of like, when you get a generic library that works with like every React project, like the numbers are in a whole different range. Let me scroll out here in a thing. Let's watch the whole 5-year rise. Yeah. Do you want to talk about fast growth over a short period of time? I mean, look at this blue line here. But yeah, you can see the red line kind of. This is what happens with packages a lot. I actually like looking at this because you can see that a lot of people just keep on using packages forever and ever and ever. It's not even completely dropping off. It's actually going up slightly on the older package name. Obviously, the new package is caught on, but if you look at this curve, if you just superimpose this on top of this, it's like it's an exponential curve up here, so to speak.
Yeah, it was really exciting to watch it happen, to be honest. And I mean, it's where like I got most of my Twitter followers from React Query's growth, and it was kind of just one of those like right tool at the right time with the right pitch and marketing and everything. So, I mean, I definitely didn't plan it to go as well as it did, but I prepared as hard as I could for it,
Yeah, there is always a Christmas drop, but React query, a small React library could have more downloads than a small framework easily. People don't like if you're looking for like downloads or usage thing, the most insignificantly small but useful little piece of a library that works in React will get 10x the downloads of making your own framework right from the first like few months. Yeah. I mean, I'm gonna. It's not even comparable.
Well, and I just, to kind of wrap up the thoughts on React Query, like I just saw, it was one of those moments where like I just saw so many people, including myself, frustrated using a tool, using general purpose tools like Redux and state management to do something that really wasn't like a general purpose thing, but something that everybody wanted to do at the time and needed to do, and needed to just forget about the implementation details and have it work. So it was, and it wasn't just a productivity boost like for developers, like a DX thing, but like it was also one of those packages where you could install it and start using it, and your users would immediately feel the benefits of it, like immediately.
Right. I mean, this came out after stuff like GraphQL and like Apollo and whatnot, right? Like, so you'd already kind of seen this move where people were basically dropping Redux for their data fetcher anyways. Did any of that kind of play into you building out React Query or your perspective there? Like, it was kind of around the same time, but it's also maybe a little bit before.
It was around the same time that like GraphQL was hot, but there was also a lot of like FUD going around about GraphQL like maybe being overkill, which I still believe that for many use cases it is. And people just wanted something simpler. And there was also, I kind of preyed on it a little bit, but I mean, it's okay. Like Apollo was aging, and most people who used GraphQL at the time used Apollo. And there was this weird conflation of experience where people were like, I love GraphQL, and you didn't really know if they were talking about GraphQL or the Apollo client that was built
Right.
to consume it. And funny enough, like I feel like most, like a good fair amount of the popularity, at least through the JavaScript ecosystem for GraphQL, came through Apollo. It was a very beloved project. And I think people really conflated the two.
Right.
That, you know, you can have this really great client that has nothing to do with GraphQL or everything,
One of the,
you know?
yeah, because one of the most standout things from when I first saw React Query was you justifying why a document-based query was, you didn't need a normalized cache. Like the docs are very clear on what the features were. You had one of those great comparison tables where you like showed what SWR, React Query, like all the different ones had, and then you were like you somewhere had written explaining why normalized cache wasn't necessary, and that was like kind of a big departure from GraphQL, where everyone was like really trying to get the perfect normalized cache setup, and you're just like, we don't need it.
Yeah, you know, and because a lot of times with caching, the best strategy for caching is just to invalidate everything sometimes and just do it again, you know.
Yeah.
And that's very much React Query's approach. Like even optimistic updates can be scary sometimes for people using React Query, and that's why like the very first, like honestly, you could probably just set it so that after every single mutation, it just invalidates the entire cache. It doesn't get rid of it, but it just invalidates it, and you'd probably end up with exactly the same experience that you have now. And unless you had some really weird constraint around like, well, I can't hit my API that much, you know?
Right. I mean, no one likes writing cache logic, and I talked about this on one of my previous streams where I talked about the evolution of state management and data fetching, and it was kind of React Query was like fourth stage on it, because it was like the first, like in a sense, Apollo from a client perspective. We'll talk about client versus server first perspective in a minute. It was like one of the first places where we're kind of like saying, no, it's okay not to be the most optimal here, you know, in terms of caching, because like, yeah, just invalidate it. Like, and so it got very common because like it's such a pain to write to caches. And the problem is, if you use a normalized cache, you have to almost definitely write back to caches. Sure, you can do this in one trip. Then you make sure you send the data, you get the mutation, you get the data back, and then you write to cache. And what React Query showed is that people didn't even want to bother writing to cache. Like you have that option, but they didn't even want to bother writing to cache when it came back. It was just kind of like, nah, do the mutation, come back, invalidate, fetch. It was like a double hit. It's like a waterfall, but no one cares.
It's a waterfall invalidation. But like, I don't know about you guys, but like our APIs are pretty dang fast for Nozzle. By the time that I could stick that in there and invalidate it and come back with the new data. So actually it was really fast, but let me tell you what we ended up doing is we set up WebSockets at Nozzle so that anytime that I save something, I get a WebSocket event coming back from the database that says this was updated. Even if it was for somebody else on your team or workspace, like you just get a stream of events that pertain to you, and they all have keys and IDs that map up to the React Query cache. So they're really like the minute that I save something or anybody else saves something in database, I get a message back that says these things were invalidated and I can go refetch them. And the nice thing about that is that if the entire cache gets invalidated, I don't have to go refetch it immediately. You know,
Right.
I'm only fetching what I need, but I'm hearing about everything that should be invalidated.
Yeah.
And that to me was like an aha moment that you don't care about writing to the cache at all. You just care about reading, and you want to make sure that it's always up to date as fast as possible. And
Right.
as fast as possible is different for people, right? A waterfall, mutation, invalidation, 99% of the time is still going to be fast enough. If you need WebSockets, then you can get really, really fast with how you update stuff.
Yeah. And here's the thing. I think you got a little bit more of an allowance there that people got to think about from like a pure like UX standpoint. It's that mutations generally happen in two ways. They're in the foreground or the background, right? And if in the background, we don't really care like how long it takes. There'll be some like, do you want to refresh the data, or it'll do it in this kind of like non-aggressive way to you. If it's in the foreground, the user just committed that action and they're waiting for it. Like they are aware of doing that.
Right.
And sometimes optimistic can move foreground to background, to be fair. But I'm saying like you have a little bit more leeway on a mutation. A waterfall during data fetching is almost unforgivable from a load perspective because you can like see the data coming in. You don't want it to be slower. But from a mutation standpoint, the end user has like performed the action. They know conceptually, at least this is my theory, that like some work is being done. So like
Right.
you're given like a little bit more leeway for that affordance.
Yeah.
So, but it was an interesting observation for me too, because when I saw that, I was like, huh, like this is like, you know, from an optimization standpoint, a bit of a departure. And the funniest thing is that pattern of departure has continued on into modern data fetching again, even further. Remix in a sense of just like, it takes that same like throw it away kind of, you know, just like
Yeah. They just
refresh
blow
mentality.
everything away, right?
And then the work with server components is actually with their mutation API coming up is also in the same category.
Yeah.
In a sense, you can kind of go like it's like a scale. It's like if you were going to reload the whole page in an MPA, like that's like the most aggressive version of just blowing it away.
Yeah.
You step back from it,
back in.
right? If you step back just a little bit, like people's thresholds for that might be a lot more, you know, open to it than we thought. It depends on what you're doing, obviously, but I think that's why the amount of simplicity that has brought. To be fair, RSCs have a different scenario and MPAs because there's no waterfall. You return the new page on the response,
Right.
but it's just kind of interesting that there's a bit of that mentality, and in my opinion, React Query is actually what started the ball rolling on that whole thing. Like it's responsible in a sense for it was the first thing to do that. We were going hyper optimized in one direction, and React Query was like, you know, the first thing to say like, hey, we don't need to be as optimal. We can do kind of good enough, and it doesn't matter. And I always look for stuff like this because React was another example of something like that where it was like, hey, maybe like there's obviously like the crazy Angular, but on the other side there's this reactivity stuff, and people were like, you know, the data is a little complicated. And React was an example of like taking a step backwards, like getting worse performance in certain cases, but being like, it's probably good enough in a practical sense. So what's interesting to me about that is it will always catch up to you.
Yeah.
But it's a good hedge to make for short to midterm, you know, and sometimes the problem is the shift has to happen because otherwise, like if you go too far down a hyper optimization path, you find yourself in a local maxima where you can't like see out of the woods because you've already like assumed too much.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah.
Okay, so sorry, we went deep on React Query, deeper than I thought, but I knew React Query is very interesting to me because to me it's very fundamental of the core of the shift in how people start thinking about data fetching. As I said, like it's a huge inspiration for everything that came before. We've learned stuff from GraphQL, but React Query actually, I think, has a bigger influence on like what would come later in certain mutation patterns, especially in modern JavaScript frameworks. The mutation pattern pretty much started with React Query from where I'm sitting. But let's now that we've kind of caught up, we're not completely modern, but we've caught up to the last couple of years. I think we can move on from this and kind of talk a bit more about just like where you're at now. And I want to talk about the router a bunch as well, but I'm trying to think of how to introduce this topic because we're in this interesting place because you, Tanner, are very much an app builder. You've been building what we consider, you know, apps essentially at Nozzle. Your tooling was all built around apps. And what's interestingly has happened is this loosening up, I told you on this optimization around data fetching and actions, has kind of come with it. People have gone even looser. Like you did it at a query key level, so you could still have kind of fine-grained control over your data. But people are just like, okay, let's just nuke it all the time, kind of getting back to like a multi-page app kind of mentality. And this is very, very trendy now. And there's this kind of hope, I guess. And I'm one of those people in that camp of having this hope of like being able to somehow do that, yet let us write sites and apps by themselves. But I remember you came on stage at Jamstack Conf, and like right at the like at a certain point, you're just like, who here is building an app? I just
SPA.
can you talk a bit about your perspective on this?
I think I said, who's building an SPA?
Right.
Specifically, and like half of the audience raised their hand.
Right.
And I was like, that's more than I thought originally.
Well, I mean, the question is, what do you consider an SPA? A client rendered SPA or like a server? Like I call Next.js an SPA, like pre-app directory.
I guess I think of it more of the spirit of an SPA, right?
Right.
Because there's the technical characteristics of an SPA, which after first navigation, everything should be an SPA, right? But there's the whole who's building a fully client side rendered application, I guess, is the
there's a lot of people building client side applications. It's funny. Create React app might have just been axed a little bit as an official recommendation, but I mean it is an interesting world because like for the longest time people started and like a single page app was the starting point. It's funny because I mean, there's a lot of benefits from that too. Like, it's not necessarily like simple versus hard. Like, there's differences here. It's just like what's really cool about a single page app is you can build an app. You can literally not be aware of client or server and literally build it as if it like just runs on the device. Like there's an API level of understanding that you have to hit endpoints or something for the server side, but like your starting thing before you even get there and you're just like building an app is you just write your code and there's no knowledge of server or client. You just build something interactive. You click on it. You can make that Sudoku solver or tic-tac-toe game or whatever. I mean, that's why I started. I made like little silly games in JavaScript, and that's this solution. You can like literally run that code in a browser. You could put the code in a notepad if you can load the JavaScript from a CDN, and you just literally open it in your browser and it is an app that runs. It's very interesting to see that like we're kind of going to a place where people are like, no, the default starts on the server. Like, I don't know. Do you have any thoughts?
Yeah, I feel like, when React and Angular and everything when SPAs got really big, like the default was that they started on the client because that's kind of where they had to start, because JavaScript on the server was really, really weird for an unknown concept when everything was really young.
Yeah.
So it started where it had to start. And, I think it's really too easy for people to discount how many very successful businesses and products and tools have been built over the last 10 years just simply because front-end developers were just a little bit more empowered to just kind of do it themselves and build without the restrictions of a full stack environment, for better or worse. And these are the applications that are still around today where I'm like, hey, who maintains or builds an app? And it's like, I don't believe that a lot of those apps are new or greenfield. I believe that a lot of those apps are ones that have been kicking around for years, making companies lots of money, or they have made decisions about how they want things to be. And they're like, no, we don't need to lift and shift our entire stack over to grab some SSR capability, right?
Right.
So I believe that like it wasn't a bad decision to go full front-end SPA, everything. That's just what we could do at the time.
I also think that it coincided very interestingly with the backend moving towards microservices and distribution, and this worked really quite well because if you're trying to kill the monoliths, like which they were really desperately trying to kill the monoliths, it was very like the backend people all wanted everything to be APIs at that point. They were like, okay, we can use like protobufs or whatever, or tRPC or whatever to communicate between all our like backend services and create this web of an infrastructure microservices, and then the client could just stitch this all together from all the different locations, right? It could be all stateless, it could all be infinitely scalable, and like this was kind of like the mentality kind of coming all through that time period. It's like it's no surprise to me that these kind of coincided at the same time. Like it was just such incredible alignment between like what both sides were working on unintentionally. Like it was really big to kill the monolith. Everybody wanted to kill the monolith.
They really did.
So
I mean,
like,
it kind of worked.
it's funny because we're getting new monoliths now, but the new monoliths that we're getting to now are more of like everyone realizes like there's benefits to co-location or to like authoring that way, but it's never like the greatest thing for scale or performance. So like we're working ever harder on trying to come up with abstractions that are monolithic and
Yeah,
co-located and like all
and
together
implementations that are really distributed and like,
and
yeah,
granular, right? So it's like it's such a funny contrast. But we're back again at the monoliths with serverless functions and all, and
yeah.
these kind of these modern app frameworks. But okay, so I mean, this seems all fine. You were clearly had a side on it. Like I mean, you probably have like a content site or something you build with Astro or something, I
Yeah.
imagine.
I
But
mean, it really came down to two things, right? SEO and edge performance, bandwidth performance, right? And if you care about those two things, you're not building an SPA. You
right,
know, you're building like some kind of multi-page app SPA combo, or you're just building a multi-page, or you're just using WordPress, or I don't know. Like, if you care about those things, honestly, like even I don't really want to ever build a blog again or anything in React right now. If I'm going to have, like, my marketing guys are sitting at the wall, like across the room behind me, and they are jumping for joy that we just decided to move back to WordPress.
right,
And our marketing site is going to be way better because of it. And then like on the Nozzle app side, it's like SEO means absolutely nothing for our application, and
right.
it never will. And the whole like managing like bandwidth and performance at the edge for Nozzle, it like that kind of goes out the window the first second you load up the app, because we have big bundle sizes, we have lots of tools, lots of data viz, charting libraries. It's just
Yeah.
the performance goals and metrics are just completely different. We think about performance in a completely different way than we do about our marketing site for the application. And to me, over the years, those have been the two things that I always think about. I'm like, what is your goal? Is SEO a major goal, and the edge bandwidth performance goal, right?
Yeah.
And that's usually the easiest fork for me. It's like, okay,
Right.
and I
It's
think I saw some comments in here from Maple Leaf, and Maple has really good perspective, coming from like using Remix a lot. Yeah. And I'm in the same boat that I don't want tools to be so focused on both, kind of like what Maple said here. Like there shouldn't be like app tools and like MPA tools, like kind of this distinction. But unfortunately, with this big heavy swing that we're seeing away from SPA client rendered stuff, almost like we're kind of shunning and I think it's evil and we want to get away from it now. In a way, we are now creating tools that don't really cater that well to both sides still. Or at least you have to incur the costs of one to have the other, if you know what I mean. Like if I want to have an app that behaves very much like an app, you're either turning off all of the great things from a framework that's MPA focused, right? Or vice versa. So I don't want to see tools get segmented like that. But the way the patterns that you use and the way you think about and architect your app once you're inside of the tool, those are very different paths, I believe.
it's interesting because when you were bringing up your reasoning a moment ago, Tanner, about like the split, it sounded like it was mostly not an authoring consideration, but like a UX, like the output consideration. Like you're talking about page loads and this kind of stuff. Although just now when you were replying to Maple, you were saying like you actually there's probably a bit on like how the authoring is tailored for the experience too. When you're building a certain type of site, you might actually care about how you like your perspective on like what the way you approach what you're building might be different enough that different tools could satisfy that slightly better.
Right. And I'll be honest, like for the most part, tools have been really great about that. Like as Next has shifted back towards the server a lot, they haven't really sacrificed a whole lot of things on the app side. And Remix has still always had the ability to just go full SPA, after the fact and just have everything be client rendered. Like those are good escape hatches. And for the most part, I've been very happy with all of that. It's mostly about everything that happens below the belt after that. And, but then everything that's above the framework though, that's a concerning part for me. Cause like the framework is what it abstracts everything above routing essentially. And that's why the only place that I've been unhappy with the shift from SPA back to MPA has been with routing.
Right. Oh, just a sec. Hey, Jen. Jen just rated. So we've got some more people here talking with Tanner about apps and sites, and we just had a great history lesson about how he got to where he is today, and now we're kind of picking it up and talking about where we're going towards in the future. Yes, yeah. So, yeah, apps versus sites has been very long, kind of as old as, well, I mean, I guess since we've had the split actually since like the beginning. Even when you think of like the way like what was it? I'm trying to remember what the technology was. You used to like have servlets in Java and then like websites. So we've been teetering this line forever. But where I was going with this, and the reason I wanted to probe so much on this app versus site thing, is I want to understand now how, with this knowledge and stuff, like how did you end up going like, yeah, I need to build a router? Like,
so much of this is in that Jamstack Comp talk I just gave.
Yeah.
So
that talk is amazing.
If we really want to dive into that, we can just kind of
we can
outsource to that.
I guess I do know the answer technically speaking, but I mean, you had an incredible need around the both the query string part, because you were like managing large table database places where the state needs to be represented in the URL, because you could refresh a page, send a link, do all this stuff, and it's super challenging to manage all this different state. Because the thing is, path-based URLs, and like hopefully I'm getting this right in your, that's like a directory. It's a nesting. You kind of understand that you're like entering into a path, whereas the query string is like state that like doesn't have that hierarchy. It's like global state, and it's potentially
global, but it's also hierarchical depending on what layer, like what route. Like you got to think about it in a way that if you have 4 nested routes, they're all sharing the same state layer, which is the query string. So it is hierarchical implicitly, but explicitly it's stored flat.
Right. And suddenly now you're in a situation where you're setting up anchors and you're setting up like all the state management using this, and it's like, how do you keep this all in your head? It's like a less, like the params are a much more straightforward, like here's the API, ID here, ID here. Now you have all this stuff, and suddenly you're like, people getting stuff wrong, misnaming stuff was probably like painful, and like managing it all. So you were like, I need to have all of this defined somewhere. I need to have my completions, TypeScript, to build an app where you have so much state that has to be represented in the URL. It'd be almost folly to try and do anything else.
It really is crazy. In that talk that I give, I show some of the URLs that we have, and they're insane. We have like some dashboards that have maybe, most of our dashboards have anywhere between like 3 and 7 to 8 widgets on them, and each one of these widgets has data tables or visualizations that are each individually query, like sending off API requests to our backend that's doing like BigQuery stuff. So you can see where like React Query fits into that, and where each one of those widgets needs to store the state that's going to determine the group by, and the columns it's fetching, and the sorting, and the pagination, and any other parameters that you let the user tweak. All of that needs to be stored somewhere. And if you have anything like that, and you're just storing it in ephemeral state, that'd be like going to Amazon clicking on all the little categories, changing your page and your, you know, sort by best deal, and then you reload the page and it's all gone. Like
Yeah.
that would be the equivalent. And if you look at applications that have, or sites that have sites applications, we really need to make that distinction, right? If you look at projects that have that kind of navigation, like, do you really think that they're just randomly shoving a string into the URL using, you know, React Router's params hook? Or do you think they're managing that string manually when they're writing the URL in their ahref through Next? You know, it's hard to imagine the complexity of that working through some of the primitives that we've gotten used to with routing in the ecosystem. And that's where I landed. And I was like, you know what? This experience really does suck. Like, I had to write, not a lot of people know this, but I wrote a version of React Location that was a massive wrapper around React Router v6 beta.
Right.
I proxied every export. I proxied every component, every hook. I replaced them all with my own and had a bunch of this logic that I was injecting in between me and React Router v6 until eventually I couldn't proxy anymore. I needed more power, needed more control. And there was no way I could go upstream with it for many different reasons that I don't know today. But, and I actually did try and go upstream with it. I talked with Michael Jackson a little bit about it, and nothing came from that conversation. And that's fine. Their priorities were not there. They didn't care about this problem, right?
Right.
They were getting ready for Remix, and they don't care about this advanced use case. I talked with Kent, and he's like, I can see what you're talking about, but that's just not our priority right now. And I'm like, all right, that's fine. And that's why I was just like, okay, I'm going to write my own router then. So I built React Location that wasn't type safe, but had a lot of this stuff in it. And then I was like, went through my TypeScript renaissance, you know, and I was like, okay, TypeScript types with routers is also a really terrible experience. So that's kind of where TanStack router came in.
Yeah, I shared the link in.
Hang on for just a second. I need to talk to my wife.
Okay, yeah. So I did share the link for any of you who want to check it out. But yeah, the router is amazing when you see it. It's because, like, generally speaking, most routers, you basically need a way of connecting the data back to the route, essentially. And so you will use like hooks to do that. And what's really clever about TanStack Router is you actually import all the hooks and stuff from the instance that you create, which means the link is already there, and then the types can be inferred instead of being told, which is just mind-boggling the first time you see it. Everyone should watch that video. But the reason I'm getting here is because we could talk about this stuff for a while. I'm trying to fast forward a little bit. Is you start building React or TanStack Router, and you built Location. You were using. Do you use Location at Nozzle actually?
Right now, it uses React Location. So we're using a lot of these new things, but it's not using TanStack Router yet. I honestly was about to pull the trigger 3 weeks ago and move over. And then we started talking about all this server component stuff. And I was like, I've been going to hold off.
Yeah.
Just to make sure.
Yeah. To speak to that just like a tiny bit, essentially, you start TanStack Router at like all the other TanStack libraries. You're like, well, if I'm going to solve this once, I want to solve it for everything, right? Like that, there was that kind of mentality. And we worked a bunch together trying to figure out like, we're thinking like, if we can solve this for both a React and a reactive library like Solid, we got the whole spectrum. So like we could do anything. And it turned out that was actually kind of tricky. Systems that are based on deep mutation, I guess, is a way that and I don't mean that in a bad way. Like reactivity, generally speaking, where it's about fine-grained notification, is very different than a data structures based on structural cloning. So like
they're at odds with each other.
Yeah.
They really are. Like one is top-down immutability and everything, and the other one is like leaf node up.
Yeah.
not even leaf node up. It's just leaf node observation. Like they're completely opposite.
So we tried that, and it didn't get to where we wanted to exactly. And we're like, okay, well, let's see if we can just regroup and take the learnings there, because like as you said, you didn't start TANStack router initially like you would have used React router if it made sense, or if you could. So we were like, okay, let's take that.
Any open source library, I don't want to have to create new maintenance burdens for myself. Nobody does.
Exactly. So this is all good. We're like, okay, maybe routing is the one thing that is hard to make agnostic. But you still kind of have this problem now, because part of the routing is tied to the framework, but it's tied to like the render library, like React versus Solid versus Svelte. We all have like our own view. We all have our own change models, all this kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But then it's worse than that, isn't it? Because in a lot of ways, the way these solutions have been getting presented the last several years is it's not React router. I mean, it is React router in the case of React router, but it's more like there's Next router or Nuxt router, which is different than Vue router. And SvelteKit, Svelte didn't have an official router, then they made SvelteKit. It was actually the meta framework that introduced the router, and it became like a cornerstone of it. And it kind of raises this question, because I always say that I talk about the importance of routing as being like the paradigm. Like if you want to talk about the generations of the web, you can just look at the history of breakthroughs in routing. Like MPA to original client-only SPA rendering to server rendering SPAs, which again, that needed push state. Like you can see the thing, and we're kind of at this point where it's like a new routing technique potentially. We're in this zone where like, is the router the meta framework? And like, because the thing is like, you got TANStack router, and you go like, okay, I'm going to use that. And then it's like, well, now I don't get to use Next. I don't get to use Remix. I don't get to use Gatsby. I don't get to.
Right.
Like, so what do you do?
This makes me so frustrated to talk about, because I don't think, I think it needs to be said that like, if React router or Next had taken types seriously and had just given me a little bit more power or better API around search parameters, the last 2 years of work on React, like on TANStack router, would never have happened, or React location, any of it. Like, that's the painful part about it. And I definitely tried to make that happen. But you can't, these are fundamental features and fundamental questions about a router, and they would require rewrites. They would require very deep considerations about the API. So it's painful to be here.
Well, especially, I guess the really painful thing to consider is that it's like a bunch of routers did just go through rewrites anyway, and they didn't actually go through this. Like in a sense, React Router 6 was a rewrite, in a sense. And
what happened between V5 and V6? I can't even remember.
Well, they went back to an older pattern, essentially. They changed the way the matching works. Like, basically, V5 was like the React Router 4 and 5 had kind of gone to a point where they really consolidated on the patterns they had been working on. And React Router 6 was like a return to React Router 1. It reminds me of Ember. They had a more considered a way of doing nested routing where you could like declare it all up front, and then this way you could do the.
There's a lot of the outlet stuff. It's one of the biggest changes, right?
Right. It's so funny because like when Solid started up, we had two routers. We had mine, which was based on Ember, and then we had someone else's who was based on React. Ryan Turnquist was based on React Router 5. And when we saw React Router 6 merge them together, me and him went and merged our efforts together too, because we were like, oh, we can put them together. But the thing,
somebody mentioned waterfalls being solved, and I do remember that now.
Right, because Ember.
Yeah.
A type approach in data hoisting and loaders, like these patterns were back around 2012, and what I've always used with Solid, and Sapper used them, and Nuxt used them. In fact, React ecosystem was like the only ecosystem that didn't care about client-side waterfalls that much for some reason. I'm gathering it was just, again, like, who cares, you know, like that kind of mentality.
That's kind of like the motto of React for a long time. It's just like, it's good enough.
So like, at a certain point, it was like obviously the people writing the router, like Ryan and Michael, are like, they know this, and they're kind of like, they did it for DX, but they're like, look, there's a way you can do it performantly, but no one's doing it. We got to like hold their hands a little bit and
Right.
actually show them how to actually, where they should fetch the data and when to fetch the data and do all that kind of stuff.
These were really good enhancements. Like these were necessary, a return to like these patterns. I'm remembering more now, and I'm really glad that this all happened. And it really is a tragedy that like they went through this massive rewrite, and you guys merged efforts, and Next has been through how many, really big changes with their router, that like during all of this, all you had to do was stick your head out the window of the car and you'd just hear people yelling TypeScript at you. Like,
Yeah.
but it seemed like it just wasn't a priority. So they didn't do TypeScript.
The biggest thing is, I think these frameworks have a lot of file system generation, and if they could do that, they're like, okay, well, we can just file generate the types somehow. We've seen Apollo. I know, but like, think about it. I told you all the routers are coming in through the meta frameworks. They're not coming in.
Right.
It's not like React or Svelte router. It's like, it's like
Right. The meta framework is the router now. And,
right.
Yeah. And it's because to be a meta framework, you have to have control. And the most control a meta framework will ever have, and most of what people are willing to, hand over to a meta framework, starts and ends at the router separation, right? So it makes a lot of sense. Yeah.
Yeah.
So,
But
yes, I wanted all this stuff with my router. Let's full circle here. I wanted these things. I need these things. I can't keep scaling my application without losing my mind, without having type-safe search parameters and type-safe routing, and having all of the APIs that are going to make me be able to do this, right? By the way, I'm now a one-man team on the front end at Nozzle.
Oh, that seems like a lot.
I don't have a bunch of junior devs that I can say, hey, go find all the broken links. Hey, go make sure all the state's working correctly. Like I'm outsourcing to TypeScript here. I'm outsourcing to my libraries to make sure that this stuff works really well. And so I can't give that up. And like somebody said in here, it's like, well, so if I start using 10-stack router, does that mean, do I have to forego all of the SSR stuff? Do I not get server? Do I not get any of that? And it's like, well, no, you should be able to have that stuff too. Just because I'm building a client-side application mostly, right, doesn't mean that I don't want the ability to call out in a server RPC and do some stuff on the server. And it doesn't mean that if I wanted to have SSR and server render a page, that I don't want that ability. It's just that I don't want to sacrifice the wonderful things that routers should have just so I can have an SSR rendered application. That's what it comes down to. I'm not willing to sacrifice the DX, the safety, the APIs, the authoring experience of wonderful tools, just so I can jump on board with a big monolithic framework, just so that I can have server rendered stuff, when that's not going to move the needle for me.
Yeah. It's very interesting dilemma now, because it's like, as you mentioned, you could have use for the DX of some of these kind of modern things that are coming in, but like there's like a client versus server mentality, right? Like it's something that I started kind of observing with this shift, and we're going to kind of get now into like React server components a little bit.
And by the way, anybody asking if they can apply at Nozzle, just go convince your marketing team to use Nozzle, and then I will have the budget to hire you. Amazing how that works. So it's really pragmatic. It's pragmatic invitation. Like, it's just business.
Yeah. So, but yeah, what I'm getting to is, you mentioned that you weren't like, you're ready to pull the trigger. Like, we went from like crazy agnostic router to like, okay, I just need a better React router, and we can kind of go from there. And then it's like, now like things are in turmoil turmoil because of the changes in routing again, and like React server components are kind of changing the equation a little bit, right? Because like it's interesting, right? As you mentioned, you don't want to sacrifice that client perspective, but can we just briefly like explain what we mean by like the client perspective versus the server?
Yeah, like I think there's the idea of building a server first application and progressively enhancing into the client, and then there's the concept of building client side first and then opting into the server side things as you need them. It's more of a spectrum of where's a bulk of your logic happening. Is it happening on the server because you don't need a lot of client side interaction, or is it happening on the client because it's very app like, but you still need to call into the server for things? So that's kind of the spectrum I'm talking about.
Right. Okay. Yeah. I mean, the kind of highlight this. Me and Tanner have talked about this before, and I've talked about it on stream. Is like, for a long time we had these kind of client centric, even with SSR. Next.js is an example of this. We have like get server side props, and with get server side props, you have that whole app that runs isomorphically. The app's on the client, the app's on the server, except for this one little piece that's server only. Right? You're just like get server side props, which means that hey, when we navigate, we're gonna call this always on the server. And it's the same idea with Remix, with their loaders and svelte.server files and all this stuff. So we've had this pattern for a while, like this. And then React Server Components came in and they're like, no, everything's server and as the first basis. And now you have to say these things run on the client. So it's like this kind of reversal. But I think the funniest thing about it is it's not just like a pure flip, because once you're on the client again, you have to denote the things that you want to run on the server again. So there's like a server client server kind of progression through the app. But but there is definitely a change of defaults, right? Like, which is interesting.
Yeah, I agree. It's just a different way of thinking that shouldn't define the limitations of what's technically possible, but it's just how you approach it.
Right. So the reason I'm bringing this all about is because this gets us basically to where the topic of Bling and what we've been kind of talking about there. I don't know if there's any other preface for that.
No, not really. I think this is a good segue into why it's important, and also a good explanation for why, like, the TANstack router repo, like, made huge progress. Did talk about it. I was about to launch it, and I've paused for a minute. I am commented here. It's like, yes, I went out of town for a little bit. I went on vacation with my family. I've paused, taken a break for a little bit, but also because RSC is a thing. We talked about Bling and the capabilities that Bling would bring to like an SPA centric mentality of building applications could really change the patterns that we go with in TANstack router.
Right.
So I don't want to rush the count, right? And release something and then have to change it immediately after. So really nailing down these bits of Bling and RSC to make sure that it's a really good story with TANstack router, because I really am approaching this same way that SolidStart is, right? Is you're bringing together technologies that should mostly operate independently into a holistic project. And you want to make sure that your router can integrate really well with all of your build system and RPC mitosis stuff that's doing code extraction, and also that now we have React Server components to think about, and the patterns of React Server components and islands and things. So these are things that I want to be possible with TANstack router, that I will admit are not super like React server components are not super important for me with what I'm working on right now. But I know they will be important for other people using the router, so I want to make sure that I treat them as my own problem right now.
Right. Yeah.
And also, but the stuff with Bling that does immediately pertain to me. I want to use everything that Bling is going to offer me.
Right. Yeah. It's interesting. We've been playing around with this a lot because it's been difficult to decide where the boundaries are and where the patterns are. One of people who've been following my stream know that I've been putting a lot of thought in how to generalize the routing solution so that you could put server components and client components together. I don't know if we'll get there today, but we'll see. But yeah. Bling's kind of before we even talk about the advent of Bling, like. I've talked about this before. On the SolidStart side, the server $sign came from the fact that from the earliest versions of SolidStart, I knew that I wanted to do data fetching as generally as like some kind of, how should I put it? I knew that I wanted, like, I didn't really care that much about there's established patterns for the data fetching side, but for the mutation side, I knew that I wanted to use RPCs rather than like just the URL tree. Like the file system tree for getters is fine. That kind of graph. It reminded me of GraphQL, in fact. But mutations being RPC and having as many per route as you want and all something was very, very, very important to me. Yeah. So right from the beginning, I talked to Brillout, creator of Telefunk, and he had this RPC thing, and he was trying to sell me on vplug and SSR in the time, but he told me about Telefunk, and I was like, this is what I'm looking for, something like this. So I built something very simple using proxies, called them actions, built them into SolidStart. This is like March 2021. So quite a long, it was over 2 years ago. All I'd done in SolidStart was make a Cloudflare streaming demo at that point, and then I added actions. It kind of sat for a while, and I wasn't completely happy with them. And Nikhil was like, why don't we just compile it? And that's when we got to the point where we're like, okay, compile it. So to be fair, if you want to like see what server functions look like, you can watch any of my SolidStart streams or any of you did a great stream with Dan Jutan yesterday where you guys kind of like talked or showed off like some of the more syntactual things. I mean, I think if I open up server here, you're going to see it very similar. But what he was saying is like the idea that Nikhil had was like, if we were sitting there like, what if you just wrap a function? And if you look in the Solid Discord, you can see this happening in real time. You do like a search for it. But what if we could just like wrap a function and then this function always ran on the server? And this is really important for Solid because Solid has reactivity. So it's kind of like having a client-side cache where you want that granularity to only trigger the stuff when you need to. You don't want to do re-renders. So it's almost like a baseline need for Solid to be able to like go, I want to trigger this function only when it changes. Blowing stuff away is never our game. So like it made a lot of sense. Like we had these resources, which are basically like use query essentially. Yeah. And I was like, okay, I want just this use query to only run on the server. Making like a data loader pattern like Remix will not give me our users the power and control we need. Like, right. And I want to be able to invalidate just this one data fetch. If one query parameter changes, I can update only the things that need the fetch. And so for me, this was the solution. Again, it's not route based; it's like RPC based. So we went and we added it. It's funny because it was like almost a year later. I think it was like April or May 2022 when Nikhil made the first server function thing. We didn't have this $sign. We just had server functions and. It was good. It helped us get to SolidStart's beta API, and it was pretty sweet. But right before we were about to release it, we actually, I've jumped ahead. We used this pattern a couple places. We also used it to define islands or server components in SolidStart. We're like, oh, what if we just do island function and then say this, import this import. It's kind of like lazy, like right. Island import. Now it's a client component. So we're using these kind of patterns, and I was like. It wasn't, Nikhil did some crazy stuff. He even had something, just going to mention this. He had something where you could co-locate all your fetching in your components, like down the tree, and it would hoist the data fetching out into the top level loading to parallelize it. So like you could co-locate the stuff inside the components, and then the router would still be able to do all the preloading, all with the compiler stuff. And when I saw that demo, I got
Ryan,
scared.
every thought leader has told me that that's impossible.
Well, the problem is conditional, right? You have to accept the fact that those loaders will always run, right? Like even if the component doesn't get rendered on initial render.
Right.
But it also scared me when I saw that. There's that consideration, and what I saw scared me because I couldn't tell what was happening a bit. I was like looking in my files and trying to find all this, and Nikhil really, really liked showing off the inlining stuff. Like we just had it everywhere, and at that point I was like, we can release this, but people are going to get tripped up.
Yeah, it was probably a lot of magic.
Right.
And a very special kind of magic, right?
Right. So this is such a silly thing, but I'm like, how do we decide how to show people that this is getting compiled? And I actually looked over at the Qwik framework, and Qwik had these dollar signs, and I was like, for them that's enough. Apparently, like, because in Qwik, if you put a dollar sign, that means that code's getting code split. So wherever you put a dollar sign, you have to be aware that there's a serialization boundary. And I'm like, is that enough? If people see the dollar sign, will they understand this is special? I mean, Qwik's betting the whole framework on this. Are we okay betting some data loading functions on this? And we were just like, okay, yeah, let's do it. So we added the dollar sign to the end. And it was at that point when I met with the guys from Qwik. I was in a conference in November, and Manu was like, hey, I saw the server dollar sign. That's pretty cool. We could basically do that in Qwik, like already. Like we don't have this feature, but we could do this pretty easily. And I'm like, I know it's like because Qwik is based off doing all this code extraction. Everything's a module. Like they code split everything based on those dollar signs. So they did end up releasing it this January. It's a little different because now we're going from client to server instead of server to client. But like essentially, again, we're talking about different people coming to very similar solutions. In a sense, this kind of modular extraction as a macro, it realized was a very powerful thing. We were using it for islands, we were using it for server functions, and we just started, yeah, hey, yeah, it's so much fun to go, yeah. Nick, what? You're still up, buddy? Oh man, he's in India, so it's like 2 a.m. No, it's 12 hours and a half. So yeah, it's like 2:30 a.m. almost. Hey, yeah, Nikhil's our partner in crime. As I said, we're gonna have him on next week. That's the only reason why I didn't bring him in with Tanner, so we could focus on the Tanner stuff today. Initially, I wasn't sure Nikhil would still be up by the time we got to Bling, but you can kind of see there's so much potential here on having these primitives. And as me and Tanner were working for the router, I remember Tanner was like trying to different data loading patterns, and I'm like, man, it's not your responsibility. It's the framework like responsibility from a routing perspective. Like there might need to be some data loading and acknowledgement to trigger routes and stuff, but the actual like, is this server, all that kind of like those kind of mechanisms. And I think it was kind of, we were in this weird place where we were kind of conflicted with like how everything with SolidStart had a very similar goal to Tanner, and this is why we kind of aligned, I think, is because we wanted to make a single page app only mode, like a SPA only client mode. So every pattern had to work if there was no server in the background or like no server rendering occurring. So like we're like this pattern could actually work in this scenario. Sorry, I'm talking a lot here.
No, it's great. Keep going. This is.
Well,
I mean, we really arrived at the same conclusions, right? It's like, once again, people making the assumption that SSR just has to be there puts constraints on APIs, and sometimes you don't want to have to opt into those constraints to have the same capabilities.
Right, because like if you think about like a client first app, you could still use this, and this is how we use in SolidStart. Like literally, you could just write your app like it's isomorphic, and then you're just denoting this runs on the server, right?
Right. You're not server rendering. You just have it's just it's an RPC into whatever server environment you happen to be pointing it at.
Right. Unfortunately, with our SPA mode, I had to turn off server functions at the current point because of the way we do the traversal with client only code. But yeah, we just kept on finding more patterns with this. Like we have a client only, we have an island, we have a server, and we're still kind of discovering this. But it was enough that Tanner had the same goals. And once we gave up on the universal router and realized that like it was going to be per framework, we realized that if we could take like what Solid done, we take a router, take in Bling. You could basically have most of the pieces you need to build a framework. You didn't like Tanner. You didn't want to build another JavaScript framework. You don't need
No.
like
Because what is the framework? Maybe we should establish really quick. I mean, we have bounced around a lot on what this definition is. But from my perspective now, I understand a framework or a meta framework as being the combination of three things. It's a router. It's a build system
yeah
that can do these types of macros, right? And
Yeah.
set you up for crossing the server boundary appropriately.
yeah
And it's deployment. It's the
Yeah.
deployment story as well, right?
yeah
Those are kind of the three things that they need to work together to make the experience what it needs to be considered a meta framework.
right. And those three things each can have their set responsibilities and be pluggable a little bit. And what we realized is okay, the router is not agnostic. Right, like the router. Let's say, like maybe we could come up with something, but let's say the router is
I'd
React
say
router.
maybe there's some utilities, like a utility layer that maybe is agnostic of like, yeah, let's not rewrite route matching and let's not rewrite some of these things. But at the delivery layer where you're consuming it, like we said, with reactivity models, the React version is going to be very different from the
Yeah.
Solid version.
Right. And sorry, where was I going? Damn it.
Deployment.
Right. Yeah. We're all writing the same. See, that was the only part that was specific. The funny thing is, the macros, there might be specific to it, but the mechanism, it could be somewhat generalized. Qwik has shown the way on here. We haven't gone this far here, but Qwik lets you define your own $ functions. I don't know how far, we haven't done the research into it yet, but they actually figured out a way. There's other people in our ecosystem making their own $ functions and following these kind of conventions, but I think there's like this build system, bundler system, there's probably a way to make this more generic. And that's where Bling started in terms of us looking at, because we believe that the core of it could be agnostic, right? Which is incredibly powerful, obviously. But like, this is the same level, whether you're doing server $ or use server or use client. It's this macro mechanism. I think there's a lot of benefits to Bling's API, but we'll get back to that in 2 seconds. The third piece, which is the deployment side, every single meta framework's rewriting those adapters. Astro's got them, SvelteKit's got them, Nux has got them, SolidStart's got them, Remix has them, and nobody uses the same adapters. So like, this is where I spend all my time with SolidStart. So like, both of us are in this situation where like, everyone knows I never want to make a meta framework.
I'm not even doing it, and I'm exhausted already. I can't imagine you that's actually doing it. Like, just the idea of having to build and maintain these adapters is just the most exhausting thing ever.
So like, it was kind of cool that when we came to this realization at the exact same time, we're like, okay, let's like SolidStart has a lot of really good patterns. There's a reason why we're seeing those patterns show up now in other frameworks. So as I mentioned, Qwik doing the server functions, and even the use client pattern and stuff in React server components. Like the way the mutation pattern, I guess they haven't announced yet, like this RPC thing. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm sure React guys came up with it independently because they had the same influence as me of GraphQL. But I'm just saying, like, you can see how this pattern was formulating. Let's extract it and make it reusable. And then the adapter side, we were just like, okay, who's going to write our adapters for us? And then we found this guy named Fred K. Schut, or Shot. Sorry, I can't get over how funny that video with Dax was. If you guys missed it, I think that was I haven't streamed in 2 weeks. We'll talk about it in This Week in JavaScript later. It was a hilarious video everyone should watch. But anyways, the Astro team has been building a really solid agnostic core for these adapters and stuff. There's other options too, like Nuxt has the on JS, and like there are some attempts on the generic space, but we just had to pick one and kind of go with it. So that's fine. We're not necessarily here to talk about TAN-Stack Start and SolidStart, which are sibling frameworks that basically are a combination of those three things: Astro, deploying adapters, Bling, and which is the build system piece. And then why am I not remembering the third part? The router. Yes, the routers, which are mutually inspired by each other. But you can start seeing how we can work towards these kind of common goals when you have these three pieces. Bling itself was actually just kind of a funny thing because I can't believe the name stuck. I was joking. I don't know if you guys know.
Yeah. It's funny because like even before we really got serious into the conversation, there was a while back where in one of our chats, I think it was a group DM between me and you and some other people, but I was like, man, I'm writing all this code to like extract away, server side and client side code. And Nikhil was actually helping me before Bling was even a thing. He's like, hey, use this code and just adapt it for how you need it,
Yeah.
And I came into our DM and I was like, guys, what if I just created a library that was just like macros, but for Vite, that did like, server side, whatever. And everybody was like, no, don't do that. And I'm like, yeah, you're right. That's a dumb idea. And then like literally 3 weeks later, you threw on like, oh, server $Bling, we should do that. And then all of a sudden everybody was like way on board. And I was like, yeah, you sold me again. Let's do it.
Yeah, I know. It's true. I was skeptical, but then I saw the React server components and the impact of the use client and use server as a convention. And I was getting annoyed. I think the timing is right. React had just told everyone that, or Andrew Clark had just told everyone that they need to use a framework. And I'm just like, okay, gloves are off. And I'm like, okay.
I don't like that. I didn't like when he said that. It doesn't matter who said it either. I just like when you need to use a framework. I don't know. I take it personally because I'm one to cobble my own framework together, right? And now I'm kind of building one. So it's like you need to use a framework is a pretty bold statement for where the ecosystem has been for a really long time.
Yeah.
And somebody has brought up already that the docs, it's enshrined in the docs now, as Nate just said. But that I think it was Parasocial brought it up too, that like the docs kind of spit on SPAs now a little bit.
Yeah.
And that bothers me because instead of saying, hey, we realize that, historically React has been very SPA. So here's a page to help you reconcile some old patterns with some new ones. Instead, they just say, they just like have erased it. They've washed it from history, and then they just say you have to use a framework essentially. Seems a little harsh.
I mean, if you look, you can still find it. We did this on stream before. Where is it? Not hooks. We want to get started. Quick start, writing markup. Where is it? Installation. Yeah, here it is. Starting a new React project.
And maybe it's gotten better over time, right?
No, it's where is it? Bleeding edge, next. Oh, is it? Can I use React without a framework? There we go. Yeah, it's in here. If you get to the bottom of this blob, you will find it down here. I'm pretty sure.
Oh, there's a part that says if you're still not convinced.
Yes. Yeah. Here you go.
Hey, by the way, here's our agenda. But if you're not convinced of our agenda, go for it. Grab React and Reactathon from npm. Set up your custom build process. See, what's funny is like they say if you're still not convinced, then go into the wild west. When it's so funny that literally
everything.
Last season, that was the way, right?
Yeah, it's fine. I mean, you can tell. Yeah, you can tell Dan Abramov was very involved in writing this portion of the docs. It has his writing all over it.
They want to create the happy path for people, and it's true. If you have people who come in, a majority of people are probably going to want a framework, and they're going to need it. So it's a really hard sell. It's a really strong sell marketing pitch for like using a framework, and I get it. I don't want to make the mistake of thinking that every front end developer is like me, right?
Right.
Like I feel like when I look at things very skeptically and and like, well, do I really need that? You know?
Yeah,
So
I mean, and on the positive, they did include Next, Remix, and Gatsby here. It's just, so everyone's, like decent representation of the different platforms and the, I think that's.
if I don't make it on that list, I'm going to be furious.
Well, see, that's the whole thing, right?
No,
There's
I
a whole.
really won't be. I really don't. I really won't care.
I mean, because there's a fully React subnode, and we talked about this before, because like Astro probably is never going to get on this list. Just in.
Right. It's because it needs to be React first. Like it
yeah, exactly.
And probably very notable. Like I doubt that TANstack, TANstack Start would ever make it onto this list regardless. Just because it would take way too long and too much time to like establish it. But it's just funny that I think this has been brought up before, like with documentation, where like once you recommend one thing, you got to be careful not to not to burn bridges with people who think that they need to be on that list, right?
Yeah.
I'm glad I'm not.
So yeah. So now we're stuck building a framework, but at least we can, outsource some of the stuff. We got a group effort on Bling. We have each of us managing our own router. That's all we have to worry about. We can build our own router, and we have
sharing notes, right? We're going to be sharing a lot of notes on routing and everything. So,
and the wonderful people at Astro are going to take care of those deployments for us. Right. So, yeah. So it's a good story, but Bling itself is a little bit special, and I think Bling is really, really powerful. And just the approach of it is really cool. I mean, because there's different ways to do macros. We could use directives, what is it? Yeah. And these are more like decorators is the way I'm going to put it, because
you could use decorators. As we've seen, you could use just text flag tokens, directives, I guess is the proper term for it, right? I guess I forgot that that's what they were called.
Yeah, it's interesting to me. What I love about it is the server function
file tagging, like that article that I sent you earlier, where it's like for a while they were thinking like, oh, you just like tag the file name, right? So
yeah, these are basically decorators on functions instead of directives. What's interesting to me is because I've been thinking about the patterns. What I love about this pattern is it's composable. You can call function and function and function. I mean, technically you could stack directives if you want to. What else I like about this pattern is it takes arguments. So you could say, we always say that the first argument is like the server function, right? But we have options here. We can actually change from post to get if it makes sense. We can update the request model. There's like other capabilities that come with treating this as a function call, because now there's arguments.
Get is so cool, by the way. Like I don't think people understand that, like once this is there and you can use this, you call server $, and it's doing an RPC under that it was a fetch call from the client. Yeah. And if you turn that to a get, you can now have your handler return caching headers. Yeah. It's just so easy.
Yeah, exactly. I think it's important to like this kind of capability and control is really, really powerful here. I mean, the thing is, we're still figuring out the patterns. Obviously, we have server, which is like just RPC. You literally just make the function, call it anywhere. We have import, which is, I mean, maybe we won't need this in the future.
But this is still. But the idea is important to discuss.
Right, because what you can do is literally make an inline module. There's a proposal for this, so maybe this will come up. We won't need this in the future, but inline modules really kind of powerful because you can just do lazy.
This is how somebody mentioned, like you could write an entire application in a single file.
Right, which is really, really quite cool. I'm actually showing a code example of that in 2 seconds, and then the secret is I mean, we were just like, what if we just wanted something to be server only? There should be a client only pairing with this, but it's a little bit tricky because client only is kind of like lazy, like it might need framework knowledge. But secret is just like, it just doesn't come across. I mean, these are just cool little patterns. But yeah, Nikhil, doing amazing work here, made a bunch of examples. He's like, okay, people here know Solid and they know we've been doing this SolidStart. So seeing Solid with Astro router is probably not, or Hacker News demo isn't that interesting. But what if you could just use React router? Like, I'm not talking Remix. I'm just talking about React router that everyone uses. And this example is a little bit extreme, but inside the app directory here, we have something set up very similar to SolidStart. It just has entry client, entry server, and then a root, and then a file. We're showing files.
And you could use secret $sign in the file name as well.
Yeah. We're calling it.
I added last minute, which I think is great.
Yeah. Well, the thing is, just because you can do this doesn't mean you need to put the stuff in the same file. You can always just use a file convention. You can use like naming or some other thing. Yeah. But this is just showing like the most granular the mechanism, you can always scale up from that. But if you make something that's blockier to begin with, you can't come back down as easily. So the reason I want to show this is entry server and client are not terribly interesting. They're just a request handler. So basically this is just like on the server. I don't even know what handle fetch is. I guess it's whatever. It's not terribly important. We're rendering our React app, and our React app
handle request is like, you're just handling normal requests through the router, but there's a special handle request from Bling that says, hey, if there are any requests for server-side modules and stuff, we need to make sure we route to those and whatnot instead of doing regular routing. I
want to look at this because there's some experimental stuff. This is lazy would have to be React specific. So pretend lazy is a combination of lazy component and import $sign.
Right. But which we could swap out implementation details pretty easily with lazy. You could say I'm using lazy, and you just kind of have to configure it to be either like React or Solid or something like that. And it just
if you've ever seen React routers config based routing, you can create an object like this of your possible routes, right? Yeah. So you can go path, element, and then children or child routes. Also have path. This is just React Router 6, right? But React Router 6 Remix added a data loading pattern and they did it on the server, and then they brought it back to React Router 6.4 that made that loader happen isomorphically, which funny enough, SolidStart has an isomorphic router as well, loader kind of pattern as well. So you can kind of see this thing is what Nikhil does in this example is he just goes, okay, well, let's just make that loader always run on the server. So he just put a $sign, okay? And then he defined the components. So app and some route are just some components, and some route 2. And if you look up here, some route 2, he used the full lazy thing here. Let's see him here. App, he used lazy. He was just trying both mechanisms. But he just inlined the components here. These components will be lazy loaded, so they will actually be code split into their own bundle and only loaded. On navigation, they'll get loaded and parallelized the way React Router works.
Suspense and everything, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. And then you got secret in there. But what you're seeing here is in this one file is a whole multi-page app with code splitting and server-side only data fetching. like here we go. Here's like a whole Remix app or whatever, like simple demo app all in one file in 130 lines. Again, I'm not sure if you necessarily want to author it like this, but this is the capability and the power of this, right? You have the router, you have this build system that can do all this, and then you've removed the constraints of the file system, essentially.
Right. There's no conventions because they're unnecessary.
Right, and this is something that's funny because there is consideration here, and I think this is an area that does need work on the compiler and how we approach it. But someone was like, "What about separation of concerns and stuff?" Why is it that whenever that argument comes out, you're just like, "This is the prefix or something that's going to be proven to be pointless in the future." Whenever someone says separation of concerns, it's like that at some point someone's going to say that separation's irrelevant. Like it's just like if you follow history. There is some concerns and considerations here around the compilation and about stuff getting to the client, and you have to be aware of. But the reason I wanted to point this out is just that, like, think about the difference between single file components, like in Svelte, and think about React. This is the same kind of feeling when this is the case. Because if you can just kind of go, oh, yeah, you know what? I don't, let's lazy load this component. Like, you just do it in line. You don't, you don't have, like, here we go, lazy load it, like you can kind of go from something being lazy loaded to not lazy loaded by just going, oh, I'm going to lazy load it. Like, right. That kind of power. It's not like now I need to go create another file, find a new location for it, do this whole thing.
And then you have to explain why. Well, why do I have to create another file for it? Where do I put that file, right? And if you're using route-based configuration stuff, then there might be rules on where that file can go and what it can be named, right?
Right.
And there's actually way more constraint and rules involved, and having to understand implicitly the rules with some of these file-based systems, rather than just saying, oh, you know what? It's just code. Code can be smart. You just wrap it with something and you're done.
I love this. I mean, this is just another insane example, but Nikhil is like, oh yeah, so what if we just made a to-do MVC example with Prisma? With Prisma, yeah. So here's a to-do MVC
it's
thing.
So cool.
He's like, yeah, made an action. I mean,
right this is the server Prisma to do find many.
Right.
Server find many.
Oh, right, and he's just plugging into the action mechanism that's built in React Router. So this is actually just React Router's action.
That's just React Router's action. But see, inside of there, he's got the server inside of the action. So it's going to create, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4. So it's going to create like 4 server-side RPCs.
Yeah.
3 of them for the loading and 1 of them for the action.
Right. So, like, here you go. So now action. So we create the form data, and then you do the server request. But I mean, I'm not suggesting everyone writes this code. This is like something more like library maintainer, wet dream kind of speaking, like in terms of like trying to like, just like get all these pieces together.
Right.
Like you could see, people wanting to kind of build around like more approachable APIs.
Let's talk about the pragmatism around this, though. The pragmatism around this is that when you start out a project, you could start it this way. You could build it this way.
Right.
And when you need to expand out to multiple files, you can just move this stuff out and just reference it, and you don't have to change anything else. Like, this kind of code refactors really well.
Yeah, it's funny because he's actually using Remix's form component too, right? Or React Router's form component. Yeah, right. So like this is literally like he just recreated Remix in one file. Like, right. It's actually using the form actions, and they're probably progressive enhanceable and like all of this.
And the only difference is that this is fully client rendered, and it needs to be, right?
Well,
he doesn't have any island stuff in here or anything like that.
Right, but not even islands. Like technically, I think, is this a server rendered app originally? He's starting right from the HTML tag. This is possibly a SSR app as well. It's not like server components, but it's like Remix. I'm pretty sure he started from the HTML tag. So my gut is that this is a server rendered.
Go up to the HTML. Is he putting like scripts in his HTML anywhere?
Body. Let's see.
Script. Go down to the So scripts. He's using scripts, but I mean, what I wonder is the scripts necessary? If he rips that out, is it still gonna work? I'm just curious, right? This talking about the library maintainer wet dreams is like the whole, well, you don't need any JavaScript at all and it'll just work. It's like, okay, that's not the goal.
I mean,
but cool flex, bro.
yeah. No, but it is, it is server rendered. Okay, so
very cool.
Yeah,
that's very cool.
Yeah, so I mean, this is an interesting model because as you can see, sometimes patterns are too powerful and we need to restrain them and decide what we give it out to users. But the raw potential here is huge because of, this just removes, what's really cool about this, we talked about, is the fact that you could start with a client side app. You don't need to start in one file. Let's say you just laid out your app and then you're like, it's an API. third thing, and then you're like, no, I want to do more on the server, and then you're like, okay, well, let's like you can basically piecewise move more of the work to the server with this kind of approach.
Yeah. And I think there's a lot of apps that will probably fall into that realm too, where they may not be like, they may still be very client heavy, but they still care about SSR and they still care about, doing work on the server and making sure that there's at least a good server-side rendering story. Like these utilities and patterns would work great for that setup. And I actually think that another powerful thing here is I look at some of the apps that I've built, and it doesn't seem like it would be too difficult to just swap the build system over to Astro
Yeah.
and go into my files and just decorate where I need things to be, where I need boundaries to be, and be able to refactor, and gradually, let's say gradual migration into kind of more server logic. You know what I mean? Instead of like a whole lift it up and shift it over and rewrite everything.
Right.
Which usually what happens, like I can't imagine a lot of people moving from create React app or Vite and React being able to just pop in whatever they have into Next or into Remix. It just won't work that way.
Right.
And incrementally changing it. I know there's ways to do that, but they're very it's you're picking up and moving big pieces over.
Right.
A lot of commitment. Like this feels like something where you could really incrementally migrate an SPA into a fully server rendered and possibly fully server component driven application just with time.
Right. Like all you have to do is picture, instead of those lazies we saw a minute ago, what if it was just client $ or island $?
Island or client, right?
Yeah. So this is an interesting thing. I think there's rules to consider and work out. There's a question here. What's the loading suspense story around server? Well, I mean, the beautiful thing here is, can I answer this one?
Absolutely.
Because Tanner already answered this. Server is just a $RPC, which returns a promise. So it has nothing to do with suspense, except for that it's a promise. And so and
guess what happens if you call server on the server? It's there. It's just still a promise, right? But it's just there for you.
Right. So the thing is, the frameworks
know isomorphic, but on the server.
Yeah. The thing is, the frameworks know how to handle a promise, right? Earlier, I asked Tanner if when he built use query, if he was thinking any promise or just data fetching. Well, it turns out any promise is our case here. You just go use query server $. Now it works with suspense. Or in Solid's create resource. This was the coolest thing. Like, I don't know if TanStack query in SolidStart and using server $ like this literally feels as first party as anything that we could have built for SolidStart itself, right? Because like it's not like you have to use loader data or whatever, like whatever the pattern is, and then now you're in this enforced thing. If you just like don't use the stuff that we provide in SolidStart and just sub in TanStack query and then put server $ on it, like it works just as well. Like we don't need to be opinionated on those like loader export patterns. You can literally pull in any third party
and that's
library.
Just another testament to the whole wrapping function instead of the other things, right? Is that you just wrap it with the function and the types stay the same, the functionality stays exactly how you'd expect it to, and you can get in the middle there and have an abstraction layer.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, use query or TanStack query does have these loading states, but it also, I believe, there's in the React implementation you can like turn on suspense and it'll just work with suspense. And in Solid's case, we assume suspense is always turned on, so it just works.
It really has very little to do with React. Like React query isn't your data fetcher. It's important to remember that, right? Like the server $, that's just the implementation mechanism of going across the server boundary to get the stuff you need and come back. You could use that with React query. You could use it with use effect. You could use it with anything that you want because it's just an asynchronous function.
and on the other side, because it's just an asynchronous function, I've seen people use it stuff with like tRPC. So actually
Yeah.
using it as the transport layer for other like for other patterns that you usually use on the server.
Well, and I know we talked to Alex a long time ago about this, and there were like mock-up ideas of a Bling powered tRPC that if this becomes a reality, we could definitely see something like that where like a large layer of tRPC can just completely move to the server.
You
And
you've seen this project, right? PRPC.
oh
It's
yeah,
from
I've seen
the
PRP.
creator of Create JD Dev, our
Yeah.
app. This is for SolidStart, Next.js, and Bling, and it is tRPC based dollar functions.
Yep.
So this might be like very like a little bit too specific. Like I want to focus on the general thing, but this helps us understand
Right.
the use cases. But like this is tRPC with Bling essentially.
Powered by Bling. Like this isn't an example of an abstraction that could be built on Bling that can harness the power of Bling and just even make it easier to work with. Like that middleware and the query. This is so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if we need to walk through this, but
No, but
just link it out
you
and
could see it,
just
and
link it out.
he mentions these ones, but because it's built on Bling and SolidStart will eventually evaporate in that. He's mentioning Next.js and stuff, so they like they have the integrations. But in theory, building on Bling, I mean Next.js has its own thing, means that like all the Vite frameworks and stuff. Like I'm very excited. I want to. I don't know if Brandon's still in the chat. He was here earlier from Analog on the Angular side. I want to. I got to reach out to him. I want to bring him in on our crew because, like, you know,
Brandon's very excited about this for good reason, because we're talking about these patterns, like the fact that these patterns will be available to like the Angular ecosystem. He's so excited, and with good reason. Like Angular's having a moment right now. We don't need to talk about it, but just everybody know that Angular is having a moment right now that's actually a really cool, good moment. So
right. But yeah, so this mechanism built around bundlers. I mean, to be fair, we're using it mostly with Vite here, but like you can see this. This is a very powerful pattern, and obviously amazing work by or Dev or JDev,
Yeah.
JD app. Like this has been awesome to see this kind of progress. And as I said, this is just like we're starting to learn the patterns and figuring out how we can generalize it. But this is going to be a very powerful tool because it gives us basically bundlers need macros like this where we're getting to. The problem is all the frameworks are like they're like, okay, we're the router, and now they're like, we're the bundler. And someone a while ago was like, it'd be great if bundlers exposed as standards and like a set of primitives or whatever. And I can't.
Yes.
We're not waiting for the standards. Like the problem is like.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just got to go and make a pattern and see if it works, right?
Right.
We need.
I agree. I think it's a bad sign. I mean, it was a good sign that everybody's converging on the same ideas, but it's bad that everybody's duplicating and replicating their work. You know, like you want to come out with a new framework, you have to have all these bundler considerations. Like I remember watching, you know, when Remix was in beta, them going through all of the considerations of the deployment strategy, right? With all the adapters, and also going through all the considerations of a bundler, and they had to make really difficult decisions on ES build and how they were going to do all of this stuff. When just across the pond, you know, Next.js is already doing a lot of this stuff just in a different way. So, like, it really has been begging the question of why, maybe not standardized, but why have we not commoditized this? Like, that's a word I like to use. Is like, I want all of this stuff to be commoditized, because the faster it is, the more innovation we're going to see.
Yeah, and in a sense, React is trying to do that with server components a bit with use client and use server, but it's very tailored to their specific use case. I mean, bundlers are going to standardize on React because it's such a big thing. But
Right.
again, like I feel like there's more here. Like
We might talk about this a little more in 3 weeks,
right.
but at Reactathon. But I'm really on the side of like removing the React prefix from React server components. Like that's where I'm at. And I know Theo might be in here somewhere. Theo was really sold on React Server Components over the last 2 months. And I'm getting there as well, but not so much on the React Server Components, just on server components in general.
Yeah, I am very much in agreement. I've been working very hard to come up with helping spec out how they can work in Astro. Been working on stuff in SolidStart. And the next place I'm going back to is the router, because I think I've figured out how to get a universal router so you don't have to switch to app directory and like normal directory. That it can be part of the same process. And
right. And this has been a challenge we've been talking about off and on for the last few weeks.
Right. If we can like nail that down, and I think I have ideas on that, we get your TypeScript from the routing, we get that, and then you get something like Bling. It's still those three pieces that we were talking about, except like what's lovely about this Bling pattern here is like if you were, as we talked before, if you just had a client-side app only and you use server $, it just fits in as nicely. And then like you're just adding an extra dimension by adding that initial server layer around it. And I like that kind of way of building the layers is super, super powerful, I think. And if we can solve the routing, which is the last like framework specific piece, then like, yeah, sure, we're using Astro for our deployments, but there's half a dozen different solutions out there. So that might eventually get standardized.
Oh yeah, because it'd be easy enough to just say anything using Vite. You just got to write that. You just have to integrate the plugin and make sure you're integrating with the deployment strategy correctly, and then you're done, right? You can then it's not just running on Astro; it's running on whatever you want.
Right. I mean, we haven't written this, but this is an interesting question. Yeah, I think this is the area that Bling needs to do work. We need to think about how far we can generalize these kind of patterns. Obviously, this is a little bit out of the initial scope, but like if we have this ability for the deployments, and then we have this mechanism of macros for the bundler for these primitives, then like as I said, we're left to just like the framework worrying about routing. And if we can solve the routing, if we can understand the server client divide, then like all the pieces are there.
Yeah, I agree. Like it's the routing. The routing is going to be one of the more interesting parts to solve. And as I've been discussing with you over the last few days, it's one of the parts that's the most mysterious to me when it comes to React server components. Like I've heard a lot about the constraints on how React server components work and what you are allowed and not allowed to do. We've heard a lot conceptually about how they work and conceptually what happens. And we've seen a little bit of implementation on how that actually works with like their chunking and streaming. But then when it comes down to the actual router, right, I feel like this is where the next walled garden is kind of like shading me a little bit from how it actually should work or could work or whatever,
Right. And it's tricky because there is a lot of details here. But, whenever you have those kind of challenges, sometimes you just need to spend some time with it to get there. Like I remember when I was working on benchmarking for Solid early days, I spent a lot of time in other frameworks just trying them, using them, understand how they executed and understanding the performance characteristic. And that's how I came up with my stuff with Solid. If only we had someone on the Bling team spending all their time on React server components in Vite right now and figuring out how routing would work with React server components, then we'd know exactly what to do.
Exactly.
Which I'm kind of making a joke. Nikhil has been doing that. He's going to join me on stream next week when he's going to talk about how he's made React server components work in Vite, including mutations and routing. So that's what he's been up to. Some people were like, isn't he working on SolidStart? Isn't he working on the Bling stuff? What is he doing making a full React server components in Vite kind of prototype framework? Well, this is all part of learning more about the web and understanding how these things work. So very cool stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I feel like, Bling, the implementation of Bling, it's like we could already make it work today as it is.
I've loved the chat. The chat's just like spamming us with like build
totally.
WebSocket. I think Worker. I've actually
Oh boy.
See, this is why we have to think about how generic to make the mechanism from a bundler standpoint. We have to actually step back a moment and look at the convention and make sure that like we can support
Right.
this kind of stuff, because there's a potential for an explosion here, and I
Yeah.
do think that we have to think about what's core fundamentally. Like right now, we're exploring the
Yeah.
use cases
A
and
lot
what
of it for
is.
me comes back to like separation of environments, which is where a lot of these, that's what a lot of these macros are doing, is that they're kind of very environment and context focused.
Yeah,
And I think if you end up with two macros that are operating in the same environment scope, then that's kind of a smell that they could just be the same primitive, you know? Um, like worker and server would theoretically be very similar, but
yeah,
they're isolating into separate contexts and environments, you know?
yeah,
So and then like another good example is like query from PRPC, right? Like query, that is an abstraction on top of something that's like
right,
server, you know?
yeah.
So yeah, finding the right primitives is key. We need to constantly be asking ourselves, okay, somebody's asking for a new primitive, can we build it with an existing one? And how difficult is it to do that, you know?
Yeah, and this is the kind of exploration I actually love. I love focused on primitives. I think I'm not necessarily a standards person, but I'm definitely love playing with the boundaries of things to
Totally.
understand what the building blocks are.
Yeah, composition, sandboxing is some of the funnest work to do when you're like design. That's honestly one of my favorite parts about building open source libraries is just like getting down to the primitive APIs and then finding out how composable they are together and like finding the right balance of magic to primitive that you can get, you know?
Yeah. Someone just asked in the chat something, and I just want to throw this out here. Just kind of drop this one. They're asking if they could help with moving SolidStart and with Bling and Astro. We're gonna do the Astro move first. I've actually been working on this a bunch the last few days. So the move of SolidStart to Astro is already in progress. You can check out the branch here. There's some bugs and stuff, but I got all the basic modes working in the first couple docs. Sorry, this little tangent. I just wanted to point on not the packages. I love how
I mean,
much smaller.
the work you're doing here is like fundamental to everything I'm gonna be stealing, right? So
Yeah. But yeah, definitely. Sorry, where was I? Examples. I've got Bear, Hacker News, to do MVC. I'm just working on Auth right now. All working in client side only. Islands mode, islands router mode, normal SSR. All four modes work with these on Vite, both dev and build. So I'm very excited too, because we're going to introduce the ability to static generate for any adapter. I've already implemented it. So
so cool.
I'm like, so specific pages and stuff. So it's in progress. Do I yeah, I still have the flash of unstyled content on the dev mode, which drives people crazy. But yeah, this is working. I think I'm going to move to Astro first. That'll be the 0.30 release. And then we will kind of swing Bling in after that. And then we'll swing the router. And once those are the 3 steps.
How much of this stuff that you're working on right now is like very solid specific?
Let me look here, but I think the key of it actually is if I go into the packages, and this is a bit of a mess, and I go into start and I go into Astro, start Astro, this whole section is actually, you're not going to see anything solid related. It's just like setting up the.
I've wondered how much of this could just be shared, you know?
You're right. Like, what's dev? Collect. Yeah, actually, none of this stuff. Okay. The most complicated file in here is builder. And, okay. The only piece here that is solid specific is the mechanism that we are using to do the SSR, but it's actually not solid specific now that I think about it. It's solid SSR, but this package is literally just a way of running a bunch of parallelized requests. Like, it's not even solid specific,
Right.
even though.
So, it could be pluggable though, right? Is what I'm getting at.
There's actually nothing solid specific about this thing. I just needed a static render generator. So like we could just.
Well, high on my wish list would be for this to be consumable by moi, so that we can just be working on the same like primitive for the start part of it. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, there's a bunch of environment variables and stuff, but like, there's no solid code in here. This is all just build config.
Yeah, I mean, this is all stuff that I'm gonna either have to write or just take. So
Yeah. So, yeah, right now I'm not sure if this works outside of anything in Node, but yeah, okay, I'll keep that in mind. Now that I understand this, that's actually very interesting because what ends up happening when we move the router stuff is that
like a lot of the framework specific stuff just comes into play when you actually render on the server and the scripts that you inject and hydrate into the client, right?
right, and none Solid does that all itself. It's only like this entry stuff or like the root that is Solid specific.
Right.
Most the data and the FS router, the stuff can be extracted out to the router. API routes and stuff are like, again, generic. Astro is generic. Dev mode will be gone. This is Solid specific. It's a special error boundary for that router, part Bling, maybe the Solid specific part of Bling.
Right.
Node. This is generic. This is Solid specific, SolidStart specific. This is Bling. This is like the current Bling, like Solid's version of it. Session, this is generic. This is Remix's session library, literally wholesale copied in here with the Remix license. Virtual is the way we do our export stuff. It's like it's a Vite plugin. This is Solid's Vite plugin, and then this is the WebSocket thing that Nikhil did, which is actually generic. So built on top of the server.
There's a lot of it that's generic.
So yeah, when I move the stuff out into the router, like backports the island stuff into the router, the stuff gets mostly generic, I think.
I would immediately use a solidjs/start package.
Yes, and that's the thing. Now that we don't have the nested package needs, it will just be at solidjs/start ultimately. I think we'll get rid of because like what's left in this repo? An MDX package,
right?
Start, and then our CLI.
Yeah.
Like
so much of it is shared. Like it's so funny that once you pull out the shared stuff, it's like, okay, there's going to be this start package that just kind of works everywhere, and you just kind of have to plug in your framework specific stuff. Then you'll have Bling that it just kind of works everywhere, and you plug in some framework specific stuff. And after that, then you just have to implement your framework rendering.
Yeah. So I mean, I think now that I've deleted a bunch of stuff, this is one of those commits. Like let me see if I can get here. Do they show them plus minuses? I had a lot of fun recently. I just deleted everything.
I would love to see a solid import get surfaced in TANStack start, which is 100% React. That would be so funny. Parasocial fix. He's like, adding solid dependency to React project is 10% bundle increase. That's funny, but it's all just like server, right? Like all the start stuff is just like server and bundling and all that. So, and I saw something else here. Somebody's like, Parasocial always has pretty good comments. Stealing open source caught in real time. I think there's something to say about that. There's something there, a good a nugget of insight is that what we're doing here. This it's so easy to mistake sharing for stealing, and there just needs to be more collaboration in the ecosystem.
I mean,
it would have been so easy for me to go and say, I'm building my own framework. I'm going to do all of it on my own. I'm going to rewrite all this stuff. And but guess what was even easier? DMing Ryan Carniato and Fred and saying, hey guys, this is what I have in mind and I don't want to do any of it myself. Can we work on it together? And it what has come out of collaboration is just, it's amazing. So there needs to be more of that.
Yeah. So, really quick question. How much will this change existing SolidStart apps from 0 to 2? There will be changes coming in 0.4, which is what I was trying to mention before. But the move to Astro, this is my favorite part. I mean, can I quickly show this? Sorry, I just wanted to, this is just because I'm.
You don't need to ask permission to do anything, Ryan.
Update to do. Which one? Get different modes to work. I'm trying to think of which commit is the one that I want to show. It's just like the examples. Yeah, examples bare. Okay, here we go. There, I added this Astro config. Okay, see, integration start, adapter node. Okay, Astro config.
Yep.
I went into the package JSON and swapped this stuff for Astro commands. Swapped some SolidStart packages for Astro node, removed, SolidStart,
Yep.
did a few little simple things, deleted the Vite config, Astro added this MDD, we're done. Let's look at Hacker News example. Added this Hacker News define Astro config.
You installed Astro.
Yeah, and then changed the package JSON, and then I deleted some stuff that wasn't important in the example, deleted some stuff. Added this M file. Oh, and now we're to do. Basically, no code inside the source. Basically, the only thing I had to change was the package JSON and change the config file, and the existing SolidStart projects just work. Like no change of the source folder or anything. I literally just updated the package JSON to install Astro, and then you have to use an Astro config instead of Vite config. People doing fancy stuff on the Vite config will have to port those into Astro. Astro has a property on their config, so you could be like, where we have here, you just go Vite : and then pass your custom Vite options through. If you're doing really crazy stuff, there might be some things we have to work through bugs-wise, but generally speaking, going from 0.2 to 0.3 is basically invisible.
Yeah. Somebody asked what moving to Astro brings to SolidStart. Like, I would easily say, look at the relief on this man's face that he won't have to maintain adapters anymore.
I deleted there's three projects in the SolidStart in this branch. See, create solid MDX start. Okay, let's go back to the main branch. I mean, it's not much, but all of these got deleted.
But it's enough to make you cry a little bit. And these are not packages you set and forget. These are moving targets, people. They're always moving targets.
Yeah.
No way.
Yeah. So yeah. Anyways, that's my plan. So it's like there's going to be a 0.3 which moves us to Astro without breaking anything. It's like a TikTok, and then it will break some stuff for some people. Obviously, there's always a chance of that. And then 0.4 will have some of the new small the API changes. Things. So we'll focus on the Astro upgrade first, and then we'll focus on like the router updates and library updates that are coming. There will be changes before we get out of beta. I think we've learned a lot. I think everyone's learned a lot during this time period. I was hoping that we were completely finalized. I think the pieces are all there. We still have server functions. We still have, this route mechanism and all that. But I think like we have to change some stuff around the entry, the support server components better. There's going to be some small, mostly changes at the data. Maybe a little change at the data fetching level and changes at the entry of your app. I don't expect this to impact most of your application code because, again, the only SolidStart specific stuff you tend to use is actually in like the route data, right? Everything else is like, there's such a small scope on the library that all the code is like if you go into your routes folder and you look in a couple of those special exports, it's probably like the only place that SolidStart cares about what you do. You can do anything else you want anywhere else. So from that perspective, I don't expect very painful migration with what's going to be coming, but we'll move to Astro without causing any of that kind of concern. We'll still sort of SPA. I thought Astro was. It doesn't matter what Astro does. Like and I've already got SPA working on Astro. Like Astro, we're literally just using their build system and their server and their dev. Basically, we're using their dev environment.
They're not anti-SPA. They're agnostic to it, right? they're saying Astro is basically whatever you do on the client is your business, right? So do whatever you want. That's the beauty of Astro. Is they're the perfect framework. Actually, I want to call them something. We've said this a few times before, but I want to call them. They're the perfect meta bundler to build a meta framework on.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, they just have and they have a company and a community behind them, which is really exciting to me, right? Yeah, so Start is just going to become an Astro integration. Huge. I didn't think it'd be wired up that way. Yeah, it was just they have the build cycle hooks. Yeah, it works pretty good. I just need to get there's a few warnings that I'm getting in the CLI that I need to silence because they're like, but yeah, it works. You know. Yes, Theo may have had something to do with this, but I mean,
yeah, I mean, I think he did. I think
yeah, he was telling us this for a while. It's funny. Sometimes he's so on point on understanding like the positioning like that, but at the same time, and I'm gonna give him little ribs on this. He didn't see that React server components and Astro's like the build patterns are exactly the same. Like React server components and the async functions and the whole like way that whole interaction works between them. You know that he's very excited about right now is literally how people should have been building Astro apps this whole time.
Yeah,
they might have not been, but that's like literally how they should have been.
The way that Astro's packaged up kind of makes it like you may not realize that at first though. Like yeah. I can see that how it's kind of right in front of you the whole time, but you can't see it.
Yeah, I saw it right away. I was like, good Astro apps are mostly .astro files.
Yeah.
So
yeah, and .astro files are basically just
server components. Yeah, with top level async await. So
right.
Anyway.
I mean, somebody said they're building a router.
Where is it? Someone was asking, what about Nitro? I mean, Nitro was also an option, a completely different engine. Honestly, we're just closer with the Astro guys, and we're already kind of like in communication. It just made sense to me. And plus, Astro has this like Nuxt is good. I love Daniel, and I love the work they're doing there. It's just like Astro is also kind of this agnostic home right now. They're kind of like Switzerland, and I kind of they don't have the strong association with any framework. I kind of like that. Positioning wise, I think everyone would be happy to work with Astro, whether they're a React library like TanStack here, or whether we're doing solid stuff, or even I don't know what Brandon's up to these days. He might just want Bling, but like I think it would just be interesting to kind of.
I can't wait to build Astro query. That's all I'm saying.
I don't know if Astro query makes sense. I mean, it's the same as TanStack query, right? It would work in all the frameworks.
I don't know. Maybe it's just like frameworkless. I don't know.
Yeah, no, there is no technical.
I'm just shouting obscenities, I guess, from the rooftops just to get a reaction.
Yeah, there's no technical reason. Yeah, for
the link.
Yeah, this link is a good link. I'll pull it up again. I'm pretty sure I know exactly what tweet you're posted because I've been bugging the Astro team about this for ages, and it's not fair. I went into their chat like after the React server component thing, or like, and I was like, hey guys, what do you think about doing this like and they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, no, it's like, what if .astro files were server components? And no one there knew what I was talking about. This is like a long time ago. This is like over like a year and a half ago. And then like they were doing some like kind of turbo links type experiments, but I'm like, no, more like this. And I was like trying to explain it, but no one understood what I was talking about. And then we used his library micromorph to do solids like server component type solution. And I was like, look like this. And then I think when we showed the demo, people might have seen. I'll drop this link too. While I'm at it, two-way binding's a two-way street. No, not that one. Client-side routing without the JavaScript. The Astro guys were like perked right up. And they're like, okay, so this is for us. And then I actually wrote a document that I don't think anyone can follow this document. This is just like my raw thoughts on on like how we can approach this. This is very, very, very raw. 1,000 people have looked at my raw thoughts. Well, there you go. Essentially explaining how you could generically implement server components in any framework at a really high level, talking about like the design decisions. So I think the combination of all these things and them getting goaded continuously by the like React and Next team being like, oh, if only Astro could just do this client side thing. They're just like, screw it, we'll do it. Just like leave us alone, right? Because like, you don't need client side routing for a lot of experiences, but it's just like they keep like there's this like gentle nagging coming from the React side about it, you know. So
Yeah.
I'm very excited about this. Ooh, yeah, exactly. Analog start. There you go.
Yeah, there you go. And one more reason to make that start project.
Yeah, if we can, it's funny. I'm always like skeptical on the agnostic stuff, but I think this is actually this is coming from the other side. This is like Vite is agnostic, Astro is agnostic. Start
should definitely
Cool.
be agnostic because it's like the framework, it's like the meta framework starter kit, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, hey, you pick your favorite framework and then hook it up to start, hook up your framework stuff, and then add in a router that can support it, and you're done, right? You could create Preact start, Angular start. You could do an Inferno start for all
Oh
of it,
man, I
you know?
just the funniest thing about that is like the start part does. I don't know. Yeah, it's fine. It just does so much little like on top of the Astro level. It's just like let's gear it towards like a single page. Like you're right, Astro might just absorb that piece if it makes sense for them.
That's great. But if they don't, it's good that it's little.
Yeah.
You're getting a lot of benefit from a little tiny bit of code.
Because
That's a good sign.
it's still suggesting that people bring their own router and bring their own everything. Yeah.
Yeah.
But if you combine that initial build wrapper over Astro and you combined Bling, you can just basically take. This is the craziest part. You could basically just take like it's like Vite. You know when you get started with Vite and you just go start my Vite project and you open Vite and then you just go, okay, I'm building an app for React. So I bring in React router and then I go and build my app and then I'm good to go. This is the same level, right? Because you'd go, I'm using Astro Start or whatever. And then you go, I'm going to use React and I'm going to bring in React router. And then at that level, you'll just have a fully isomorphic, like server rendered experience. Like it's not a framework per se. This is literally just like all the tools you need to not use a framework.
Right. Yeah, it's deframeworkification.
Right. It's basically building up the Vite server layer, right? And there's other projects that do that, like Vite plugin SSR.
Right.
It's just
which is an awesome project. But
yeah,
I feel like it's more of a it's like
opinionated, and it wants
it's
to go higher.
opinionated, and you kind of have to take it all, right?
Yeah. So, yeah, Mutual start. Yeah, this is why we did this. This is why we did it all.
Right.
Well,
And
just like jQuery Bling.
with like the start stuff, it's within reach to be agnostic really easily. It wouldn't be a stretch at all, right? It's not like you'd be ripping apart a ton of solid stuff away from from agnostic stuff.
Yeah, this is really interesting. If there is, I don't know if this makes sense. I mean, the Astro's might not even, but it is interesting if there was like a single, like not this, these two things are at odds a bit. The Astro's client side routing, I mean, it's fine. They're two different approaches. Astro's client side routing approach here is using .astro files to basically upgrade your content sites to have client routing. I think this is a really admirable, like good thing to have. And what we're talking about is basically a starter for any single page app framework to have automatic deploys to all the different platforms, have a mechanism to do like know, server functions and all that kind of stuff.
Well, and again, I don't want to preload it with single page app. It's just an app, right? If you want to write it with from the top down with islands, then it's you can stay like server componenty. If you want to go island out of the gate and go full client side, then you can.
Yeah,
you'd have a jumping off platform for both for both patterns.
Right. The thing is that piece is so reliant on. Well, it depends. Yeah, it starts or Bling's only is concerned up to the level of bundling,
Yep.
whereas like the router is a very important piece of this puzzle. So there's still a lot of details to figure out. Admittedly,
Yeah, you'd have to have a router that could do both,
right.
or at the very least be an SPA router,
It's
and you can server into RPCs. You know.
because there's at least a couple implementation considerations. I'm willing to approach this in a more generic agnostic approach. My gut is that we'll see. That's about as high up as we can possibly get. Like, it's very likely that at that point you almost, even then, that might be a little bit too much, and people might just stop at Bling. But it's an interesting idea.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think it'd be worth going any higher than that personally. Like, I think that's just a good middle ground to do that, and then just stop. Everything else can be, implemented very like opinionated in an opinionated layer, right?
Yeah. So I think we are getting towards the end of our conversation here, Tanner. Any other topics we wanted to touch on?
Yeah, is it worth talking about some of these routing challenges?
Yeah, I mean,
I'm wondering how much we save for like for the panel or not,
Yeah.
Or we can just do it now and just test it out.
Yeah, I'm more than happy to test it out. I mean, the interesting thing about this panel is that everyone who got invited to the panel was like, I don't know why I'm here. And I was like, well, I have an idea why I'm here. And I know why you're here, Fred. I actually don't know why Tanner's here, but we can figure it out, right? Because like server components, until kind of being pushed into your mind space because of the routing question, weren't really something you were too worried about, right?
Yeah, I mean, Theo's not here because he's already headlining the conference, so
Yeah.
otherwise he would probably be there. But
Keynote speaker.
but like the thing for me is like, okay, I'm glad I'm here. It's forcing me to reconcile my opinions about React server components and form opinions about some things that I didn't want to have to at the moment. But at the same time, if you also had a panel up here of massive cheerleaders for React server components, and all you're going to hear is about how wonderful they are and how they're the silver bullet and how the world is going to be a better place because of them. And I'm all for how they're going to improve the things that we do, but I also want to come at them with an equal amount of like pragmatism and skepticism, and make sure that we're not overlooking certain things. And that's kind of how I've been approaching it, and maybe that's why I'm on the panel. Maybe they just invited me because they wanted to sell tickets. I don't know.
And you're such a nice guy to hang out with, right? Like, I'm stoked. This is gonna be like part 2 of like Jamstack Comp. Hopefully, we got me, you, and Fred and Theo back together. Yeah, but yeah, it's interesting because like I've been talking about how we can bring server components anywhere for like over a year now. I've been stoked on the concept. My work with Marco really showed me the value of this almost immediately when the Marco guys explained what they were doing in 2020 to me, and I was like, wow, how does anyone do this? This is before that first server component demo. Like,
this was very early. This is very early for server components,
right? Like, so it hadn't even like no one even announced it at that point. So I was like, this is really cool. And then I saw server components, and it was another one of those moments where it's like, man, they're doing it again, like hooks. It's like I just got into something because I thought it was like a really good idea, like I mean, in Signal's cases, I've been doing it for a while, and then React goes and does something that I never expect. But since then, I was like, okay, I see the value here. How does this work? So I've been working on that, so I can understand that. Fred's been working on islands with Astro, which is a very similar concept. So I think it is. I do think there's some relevant conversation there, but the routing is definitely the linchpin, like the centerpiece,
right,
of this all.
You can't really do server components well, or maybe not even at all, without having a router that can understand how they work and be able to like orchestrate what needs to happen.
Yeah, I mean, it depends on your implementation. Like to a certain degree, React is like, oh, it's not about the router, but I mean, the router needs to know, because the problem is like you have, generally the pattern is you can't have the client call server components. You
Right.
purposely set up the tree so that your server components are a consistent tree with client islands in it, and you can pass server components through those client islands. But once you're in a client file, you can't be importing it, you can't be passing props,
Right.
you can't be calling it. So the router is a special case where it's like, okay, we are going back to the server. It knows. Like the way server components work is like an MPA, where it's like all actions are triggered by like typical things like actions or like routing. Like you don't need to use forms theoretically or anchor tags theoretically, but like you treat it like a router navigation, like navigate to, or
Right.
like do said action, like post this or whatever. And it's not communication through props and not communication through traditional API. So
Right.
like you treat it like a website that you navigate around and perform actions on. And that makes it all about the router.
Absolutely. I mean, the router's the thing that's going to be either it's going to be the thing orchestrating those SPA calls back to the server. It's going to be the thing on the other end of the server that is deciding, okay, what am I rendering? What am I not? Like, where are my holes? What am I filling where? And then streaming that back. Like, I don't see how you could do it without a router. I don't know.
Yeah. And Nikhil will talk about more, and that's why he went into there.
Otherwise, I feel like the React team would have done it without involving Next so much.
Yes. Yeah. I think.
know?
Yeah. It's the timing was like exact. Seb went to go work with the next team, and like it was around the time that I was like writing my articles about how this routing could work, and like basically he joined Next to basically build this router.
Right.
Like that was the move. He started on the Next router. Like he basically left Meta, went to Vercel, and started working on that router almost right away. Like it was within like the same month or so.
I remember that. And to me, that's like, obviously they're going to make it so eventually there will be some spec or some, way of saying, you don't have to use Next. Here's the way to do it. This is the way. But it's really difficult. I can see how it would be really difficult to do that without figuring out all the patterns, exactly how to do it with a kind of a guinea pig. And Next.js is the guinea pig that they chose, and it makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
So I don't know. I still don't see how it would be possible without router intervention, though. And that's the part that I want to nail down. That's the biggest question mark for me about all this. I'm sold on everything, and I'm super excited about Bling, about my new router. I'm excited about Start and Astro. Like all of this makes so much sense to me. But the big question mark for me is just like, what do server components mean for my router? Right.
Yeah, and on the Bling comment, it's possible with Bling to even just use Bling syntax to do, instead of use client and use server and generate server components. Like
that's one of my biggest interests right there, is because I personally am not a big fan of the directives, because just for many reasons. But I want to use Bling because I feel like it's going to allow us to have a little bit more opinionated control over, the experience and how it's the fine grainedness of it. Personally, if we can figure out a way to make it work with the React server component output, which I've seen a little bit of it now, it doesn't look that bad. Really, the bundler is just kind of replacing like element types and functions and imports with, it's just lazy loading, right? So and React then understands, this new code and ships it to the client, and the client dynamically imports things. So I'm still understanding the really deep implementation details of it. Some of it is still over my head. A lot of it is, I think. But that's kind of why, full circle, why I've paused on TAN-stack router a little bit, is because these are big considerations to take into account for the
Yeah.
router. We need to make sure that we nail them down really good.
Yeah, I have a good idea on how to make the API work. I think it just comes down to that the router has to control the whole app. Like, it has to be the entry point of your app, and it has to wrap both the HTML tag entry of your app, and it has to know all the routes up ahead of time.
Yep.
I mean,
Which is great because that's how I built TAN-stack router to be from the get-go.
right. Yeah, I mean, I'm almost like, I think I talked about this future reactivity thing, universal JSX routing. I have a document for everything, don't I? Bridging the gap. I think I covered this on stream in a previous stream, so I won't go too much in detail. But I also posted it on Twitter. It's that, like, did I not do the diagram here? You almost ignore the project. You almost need a router that gets the routes and wraps the whole thing, and that way you both have the ability to inject the initial outlet for the layout that only renders the first time, and you're able to have this router when, like, subsequent hits, like, able to. I mean, there's different approaches. We'll have to see. I'm just trying to generalize. I think the problem right now is, like, RSCs are too magical. Like, they have a special route and stuff, and it's possible that React's implementation itself makes it more challenging for us to generalize because they do something very React specific.
Yeah.
But my gut on router APIs is along these sort of lines. Someone in chat was mentioning that, like, Ben and Dan implemented RSCs, like, on a very, very simple thing where they made a very simple router that just worked off search params on the same page. There's no URL path matching or anything. It's just literally, like, updated off search
I
param.
saw the repo for that, but I need to go back and watch the stream, I guess, to get that, because that might help clear some things up for me.
Have fine-grained refetches. Okay. If the community members sees via query params, is there a way to have fine-grained refetches? Yeah, that part I'm less clear about, because I don't think so, because the server tree is continuous. So it's not like it's isolated, right? So, like, essentially you re-render, like, the route sections are isolated. You can say, like, I only need to update these route sections, but I don't think you get much any more granular than that.
Yeah.
How would it know all the sites around at a time? Well, that's the thing. I don't know, like, the mechanism that we use in you're right. This is where this is the challenge.
I don't understand this question. Like, what? Well, why would it not know about all the routes up ahead of time?
Yeah, I mean, there's two different things, right? There's the file. This is one of the challenges. We talked about this yesterday, Tanner, right? Because if you have a file system based routing, you can use that route manifest both to generate the routes for the runtime router and to do smart stuff. From a pure standpoint, you could, as long as you hoist it high enough up, you always hit the routes definitions right away. But I think there are cases here where, like, file system routing definitely makes it easier from an analysis standpoint, right? But one of our goals here has been trying to figure out how to make this all work without file-based system routing, right? Like, if have it be additive, which is an interesting challenge, and one that I think a lot of meta frameworks aren't incentivized to solve. But if you can solve that, then the problem's generalizable, which is huge.
Yeah. Well, I don't know. I feel like that's going to be it's going to be a very valuable piece to solve, right? The difficult problems are the ones that we're solving. And this is one where, like, I want to see server components and the routing experience for that get commoditized. I don't think that the ecosystem of server components is going to flourish if their implementation or usability is siloed inside of, these tools that can afford to implement these advanced patterns to achieve it, right? It needs to be simple and possible to do it on your own. And I want to be a part of that. I want to be one of the people trying to commoditize that. So
yeah, that's a super powerful thing. I love that we get this benefit of having people like yourself working inside of React, like inside the React community doing this in parallel to efforts outside of the React community coming through Solid and through Astro.
Basically, somebody working in the React ecosystem that doesn't work for Vercel.
I mean, it seems more and more rare every day, but
I know. It's so I'm always kind of this is off topic, but now that I brought up Vercel, I'm always like really impressed with just how fast they can move and how many cool things they can bring to the table so quickly. And I'm kind of like, I'm really impressed and excited about it. And then at the same time, I'm like, oh, but that's so many eggs in one basket. You know what I mean? So like I'm happy when I see people in the React ecosystem that are pushing things forward and trying hard to do cool new things that maybe don't work for, one of the big co's.
yeah, people are having a lot of fun with it. Vercel's doing their thing quite well. So yeah, like you can see they're building something and they're garnering a lot of excitement around it, and we're just gonna have to see how that all plays out for everyone.
Yeah, and I don't think there's really any chance that I'll be working for Vercel, so you can totally write that off. I mean, unless Vercel wants to magically acquire Nozzle, which wouldn't really make a whole lot of sense today. So
Right.
yeah.
Okay. We've got some questions. And actually, this is a good time. Anyone got questions for
Let's do
Tanner?
questions before we
Yeah.
kind of wind down.
Yeah. So ask your questions.
Any question will do.
Yeah. So I got the first one here. Are you going to use server components in Nozzle?
That depends on how easy and seamless we can make it. Like if it really is going to be this easy to use server components, then we might use them on some pages. I can tell you that most of Nozzle is already written from a very client heavy perspective, so it'll probably be new stuff that uses them, and all the old stuff I'm more excited about utilizing, like the RPC callouts, like into server $sign and stuff. That's immediately more valuable and applicable to Nozzle than server components.
Makes sense. Yeah. But you can adopt it as you want it, which is going to be cool.
Right.
All right, so we got a couple questions here. Let's see what we got here. Really quick, go $. I don't know. I feel like if you're on the server already and you already know you're 100% on this, I don't even know what that means, but
yeah, that's just like, okay, what? You run server $, and then you make an API call to your Golang backend API. Right?
I think, yeah, I don't know if this is probably not a question for Tanner, actually. This is probably a question for, how do we pronounce his name?
Arian?
Arian, yeah, exactly.
I'm not sure.
Yeah. Just had a great stream with Dan last week about it. They're working on the dev tools. They've been doing amazing work. I'm very stoked about handstack query. As I said, the resources were only ever meant to be like the low level primitives. So seeing it kind of fleshed out in a full functioning data fetching pattern is really cool. But I know they're working steadily on V5.
Yeah.
And the new dev tools look amazing.
Yeah, they do. I want to port the dev tools to an agnostic dev tool solution because they're really nice.
How do you balance working on handstack stuff in your day job and your personal life?
So a lot of it is like alignment of incentives. If something doesn't make sense to work on, that's going to both benefit like Nozzle and handstack and my family's time, then I don't do it. So that's why I look for opportunities to work on things that will have like a multiplying effect. Something that can help everybody by just doing it once. So that's kind of the first thing that I do to manage my time. After that, it's kind of just like the best the best parable I've ever heard for it is it's basically like the guys that spin those plates on the poles. Is you kind of just need to be spinning all the plates of your life, and when one of them starts to wobble, you go over and spin it up some more. So that's the best way to do it, and it just kind of fluctuates between Nozzle, tan stack, my family, hobbies,
Right.
whatnot. So yeah,
I like the spin plate imagery.
it's very accurate, right? Like you probably feel the same way.
Bling merch, yeah. We've been looking at it. David, who created the cover for this stream, has definitely shared some ideas in Solid Core chat. I haven't forwarded them to Tanner yet, but lots of ideas coming there. I like TanStack Query is a widely using production. Yeah, TanStack Query has been production good for years, right?
Yeah, you
Yeah.
could say tan stack query is very solid.
All right. Ryan asked this a couple weeks ago. Hard or soft shell tacos?
I like both, but soft shell tacos, because then you take a bite of a soft shell taco and you don't have to be worried if the rest of the taco is going to explode.
Oh,
Right.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, just sorry. This is Trash just rated us with a party of 117. So we got a ton of people just in for our
Nice.
Q&A session. Yeah, we were just going through Q&A, answering all the real tough questions.
Ask some more tough questions. Let's do it. Soft shell tacos. That's a hard one, but it's soft shell. But have you ever made? Here's one. Make your tacos, but instead of doing just regular hard shell taco, just dump everything in a bag of Doritos. Mix it up.
Ooh.
You'll thank me later.
Okay. Yeah, we talked about worker dollar sign is a proposal we have.
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you think I haven't even read this yet? I'm just putting questions up that as I see them. Do you think that React team push for frame agnostic use client user are going to work? If they do, does it make sense to continue with Bling? Okay, that's a great question.
Yeah, that's fair. I'm sure they're going to work, just because it's React and what they say the ecosystem's going to do. So they will make it work no matter what. There are a few limitations to it, in my opinion. We talked about some of them briefly on here, and some of the reasons why we prefer function wrappers as opposed to
Right.
the directives.
And the thing is, yeah, I mean, React can do this and all React can do this, but then it's going to be a React thing. Our approach here with Bling is like, I've already seen examples with Bling in Nuxt. I've seen it in, I think I saw an example with Angular. I saw an example with jQuery. We're like, React is the biggest player, so it doesn't matter who else does this, but
Yeah.
Bling still has value outside of React ecosystem. And I don't know, I'm still yet undecided on whether React's use client and use server are good enough pattern for universal.
Yeah. That's kind of where I'm putting my money. I'm betting on the fact that server components will get bigger than React, and that people will end up going for something that's more agnostic. But
Any other new TanStack stuff outside of the Start and Bling stuff that we've been talking about?
yeah, TanStack Ranger is coming to fruition here. Robert Kalinsky's working on that. It's a fun little library. It's to create multi-range sliders. I have some other stuff that I just need more time before it's going to come to light. But there's probably going to be a TanStack date range or date picker library, headless date picking library out maybe in the next year. And I'm debating whether I'm going to actually relaunch my form library or not. But I wouldn't count on that one too much. There's a new version of React Query on the horizon, TanStack Query, that is it's gonna be really good. It's gonna get a lot cleaner. There's chatter in my ear about a brand new course that's coming out to be paired with that. So it might be taught by somebody that you would be surprised or not, but it's going to be amazing. And then most of the effort is just going to be on router and table and just kind of ironing out the things. Another interesting thing is if the patterns continue the way that they are today, which I think they will, there will be a place for them. There's two new libraries called the TanStack Loaders and TanStack Actions, and you could basically think of those as microscopic versions of queries and mutations, but designed to work with the router. They're very, very cool and very interesting little libraries. Very, very, very much just basic tiny little microscopic versions of use query and use action that have first class support for like route based fetching.
Right.
I'm kind of excited about those, so that's a fun one.
All right. Oh, phew. If you could change one thing about React today, what would it be?
I really hate writing use callback and use memo for everything.
So, React forget time.
Yeah, I just think that like I write libraries that handle like large amounts of data and big data life cycles and calculate a lot of things like tensec table or query or whatever. And those libraries rely on certain expectations around change detection and reactivity change detection. And React has educated everybody in the ecosystem that is immutability, right? And so my libraries rely on immutability to know when they need to do hard work and a lot of it. And because of that, anybody using query or maybe not so much query, because query, we do our own serialization of query keys. But like with table, you have to make sure that you use memo and use callback things that are going into your table columns or your table data. Otherwise, we're going to think that it's changing all the time. And so from there, going up the chain, basically, you have to use memo and use callback everything going up to where it originates. And it's the stupidest thing ever. I hate it. And so many problems would be eliminated if we didn't have to do that. I don't have a solution for it, but
Yeah.
that's what I wish.
Yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting one, right? I guess
Actually,
there's two.
hold on. Let me re-answer this question. If I could change one thing about React today, it would be that it's solid.
Yeah, I was going to ask you. I mean, that's a good endorsement. I was like, is it React forget or forget React?
I think that it's not forget React. It's it's use solid, remember React.
Okay.
You got to learn from the past.
Okay. We can't probably answer every question, but I'm going to keep going for a little bit. How do your docs are amazing? How do you do that?
I just write them.
Yeah.
I like to write them like a little story, like storytelling, to kind of like I try and get laughs out of people, you know. So I don't know, writing documentation actually sucks, but when you have to do it, you try and make it fun. GPT is going to make it a lot easier. So yeah. Let's
That's
see.
true.
Kevin asked a question here. I've used React Query for 3 years in product. Yes, 3 years. That's not a question, but Kevin Vandy is the one who maintains Tanstack table, by the way. Kevin Vandy is a superstar React table, Tanstack table guru. So
Okay.
he deserves
That's
your
cool.
sponsorships.
Yeah. Is GitHub sponsors or
Yeah, GitHub. I don't know if Kevin has it set up, but if he doesn't, he should go do that right now.
Pineapple on pizza?
Definitely.
Okay.
Yep. Sushi or Korean barbecue? Korean barbecue for sure. But if it's smoked salmon sushi, I love it.
Yeah, it's a tricky one, but for me, it's Korean barbecue tonight. I wasn't sure if it was for you, that question, or if they're asking what I'm having for dinner, and the answer is Korean barbecue.
If you ever come to Utah, or maybe outside of Utah, a few places, this Cup Bop is this Korean barbecue place. It's really good. What's the next question here?
Yeah, I'm scrolling down a bit further. Where am I here? Bling, handstand, RBG values. There's a question about we need so much information coming from Angular. Switch to solid. Oh, gear thing. What's this mic and camera using right now?
Oh, this is a Blue Yeti.
Yeah.
I've had this one for a while. Right when Blue came out with this Yeti mic, I got it because it was like their very first USB powered THX certified mic. And I used to do audio engineering stuff, so the thought of having to not have to do phantom power to get a high quality microphone was amazing. So the Blue Yeti is actually a really bulletproof microphone. The camera I'm using came from Lumina, and yeah, I can't show you the camera, but it's just called the Lumina X, I think is the camera that I have. So yeah, I'm on a MacBook Pro, 16-inch. It's one of the nicer ones that I could find from Costco.
Nice. Oh, what? Okay, mic drop. Yeah, I think we might have hit the end of our questions here.
Not a fan of Tanner. Oh.
Is Dice she involved in Bling? No, I do not believe so. We
No,
haven't.
but if he was, I'm sure it would be great.
Yeah. Okay. I think that's everything today. We still have This Week in JavaScript afterwards, but we're gonna let Tanner go unless he wants to hang out anymore with me as we talk about Twitter. But we've had him for
I got
3.5
time.
hours. Really?
Let's hang out. Yeah, I got time.
All right.
I'm giving you really special treatment. Usually I like cap my streams like an hour and a half, but I'm like, you know, this is Ryan Carniato. This is really important. Let's block out like 5 hours.
All right. Well, we might run another hour doing this, but okay, let's do it.
I'll go until my wife comes to pick me up from my office, and then I'll just kind of bail out.
Okay. Well, give me 2 seconds while I get this set up here, but I'm actually think I'm mostly good. I was doing it while we were doing Q&A earlier. So where are we? We are okay. Bookmarks.
I'm gonna do a bathroom break, and I'll be back.
Okay, cool. I'm just gonna set some stuff up here. All right. Everyone's still alive? Everyone's still with us? Oh, what is new? It's been 2 weeks, so it's 2 weeks in JavaScript. And when I talk about JavaScript, I know there's some kind of Rust thing that happened, but I don't know anything about it. And I'm probably not going to read it live on stream. I know Prime and Theo have covered it. I don't know anything about Rust, so I'll leave that to you guys. Okay. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's where we'll start. Okay, I'm good. We are good to go here as soon as Tanner gets back. Let's get the banner ready. Get Tanner a moment. I'm good. I'm surprised my headache actually has gone away. I was like, I wasn't sure I was going to be able to do the stream, honestly. I took some acetaminophen or whatever, Tylenol, and like at 11 in the morning, and it like wasn't doing it, and I drank water, and then I like tried to lay down, and then I took what's the other one, aspirin, like 10 minutes before the stream, and I was still pretty groggy when I joined on, but I'm doing good now. Oh, we doing chat. It's 12:30 a.m. for you. Don't do the Rust drama. Yeah, I don't. I'm not an expert. I don't even know what's going on. I managed to tune that out. There is enough drama without the Rust drama if I go back 2 weeks. There we go. Little plug for our buddy Kelvin. I've been on his podcast before. Start streaming source diving with Kelvin on Twitch and YouTube. So streamer now, yeah. There you go. Kelvin does amazing learner content. I was on a stream. Guys from Qwik been on the stream. Many others. I think Marco. We had Dylan one time. Like great content. Asking the framework experts about how these things work. So you can catch his streams now on Twitch and YouTube. All right. Yes. That was all I needed. I think we're going to talk about this next week with Nikhil, because Nikhil is going to come on and he's created his own React server components and Vite setup. So I'm very excited to see what that looks like. Oh, wow. Okay, that's dedication. Yeah, that is definitely dedication. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Nikhil's gone to bed by now. He'd be what, 4 a.m. Yeah, no, I love Taishi's reactive libraries. Very cool stuff. 12:30 a.m. here. Okay, 12:30 a.m. Okay, so where are we now? That's 9 hours ahead. So we're talking. Where are you? Like France? I'm glad everyone is enjoying it. Sorry, we're Tanner will be back soon here, but you guys are staying on. I guess people like when I interact with chat. You get this chance of seeing your messages show up on the screen. I mean, while we're at it, like, subscribe, all the fun Twitter stuff Twitch and YouTube stuff that I forget to do. If you're on YouTube right now, and you haven't liked this, well, why not, Yeah, wow. Yeah, this is late for most people, eh? Like, this is dedication. Yeah, I know. It's crossed my mind, right? This is just him securing his lineup here for getting his Vercel hire. I don't know if they have people working out of India. Yeah, there's no good time to stream. I've said this before. It is always really, really challenging. Yeah, Tanner just took a few moments here. We've been going straight now for like 3.5 hours. So, is this bait? Sorry, Kelvin. I gotta ask. Yeah, we're gonna do This Week in JavaScript. We're just about Tanner's gonna stay on for This Week in JavaScript, which is gonna be really cool. Yeah, you know what? Let's add that to the list of bookmarks. I did see that. Let's see if I can find that. Damn it. I'm like not gonna find it now. I saw that. I didn't bookmark it. Okay, cool. Tanner, I was just engaging with chat. Oh, yeah, I'm not gonna find it. It's really cool. Someone made an Angular version, like took the solids render and just put Angular signals in it, following what I did with Preact signals.
That's awesome.
That is awesome. I wish that I had bookmarked it. I'm like looking Angular DOM expressions. Angular, maybe if I do Angular at Ryan Carniato, and then I go latest, I will find it. Nope. Preact signals, I think they mentioned it. No, I'm just not finding it. I am sorry. All right, it's fine. Oreos look good. Let's get back to business.
These are a little too much, to be honest. Look at that.
Oh,
it's a mega stuff. It's honestly a little too much.
All right. Let's go here. And I have Tanner Linsley joining me for a very special edition of This Week in JavaScript, or actually this 2 weeks in JavaScript to be more accurate, because I took last week off. So a few conversation topics that happened over the last couple of weeks, but it did start with April Fool's Day. Basically, right after the Friday stream, the next day was April Fool's Day. There were a few good ones. Honestly, I don't usually partake in it, but we definitely did get into it this year. Solid made its first April Fool's Day joke. I enjoyed this one a lot. Big shout outs to Dan Jutan for coming up with this one. We're excited to announce the marquee feature of Solid 2.0, the Create hook. Inspired by React's use hook, Create takes a string and generates anything imaginable powered by GTP4. The funniest thing is, this was completely a joke, because the difference of semantics, I guess, between like create and use, but the thing is, we posted this as a joke, and like 3 days later,
Did somebody
Steve,
make it?
Steve from Builder.io actually basically made it. I
I
don't,
remember seeing his post. I didn't know it was spawned from that.
I also should have bookmarked that Builder, Steve. Yeah, man, Steve here. He probably tweets too much for me to find this stuff now. Generate Figma designs with AI just by typing a prompt. He went crazy this week with like a whole bunch of like videos showing off this thing. As I said, we were kind of joking a bit about it. AI opened up new paradigms, front end UX streaming, quick dev support streaming. Yeah, a lot of people. I mean, yeah, I mean, I have other comments about that. Yeah, here it is. These 5 lines of code can crazy use them. Ask. This isn't not Qwik specific, anyways, but like he was just showing how, you could include it in your app, and he's been playing with use cases this whole past week or so. So very cool stuff from Steve. But it is funny to me that like we were kind of just joking about this because like use or create is kind of like what's the thing supposed to do, but
Right.
April Fools is always fun. While I'm here, before we get into the other news, a little bit solid news. Arian, TanStack Query SolidJS Dev Tools. I don't know if you saw this, Tanner. Pretty sweet stuff. It's just showing like,
Yeah. He's even got the new logo down there.
yeah.
Jeez.
So
I'm jealous.
yeah, so very, very cool stuff. I haven't played with it, but just quick solid shout out before we get into other news. Solid Docs, obviously. Dan is back with a vengeance. You can see him going crazy on live streams and working on the Docs effort, and setting up the sponsorships and reminding people of it. We also had finally examples of Storybook 7 with Solid, so I'm very stoked with that. All right, yeah, that's enough solid news. Let's get into other stuff that went on. Okay, first, everybody should watch this video if they haven't watched it yet. This is one of the funniest things that I've seen forever. I'm just gonna post this. This is just so good. I'm just gonna post this link
drop
in
the
here
link in there.
because like, they basically are doing a Between Two Ferns thing. And honestly, I didn't even know what Between Two Ferns was before this. Like, I never even watched it or paid any attention to any of this stuff. I just watched this interview and I was just like, the toning and the timing and everything was just amazing. I put an extra quote at the end of the link that killed it. And instead of pressing enter, let me try that again. Anyway, this is a hilarious video. Basically, Dax roasts Fred most of it, and then Fred turns it back around on him at the end. Just check it out. You'll see what I'm talking about. It's hilarious. I also did a stream with Ben Lesh and the Angular talking about signals versus RxJS. I think we've been talking about Angular here a bit recently. They are really pushing the envelope on this reactive integration stuff. They're taking it very seriously. The community from far and wide is coming into these discussions talking about how signals and RxJS and stuff come in. As I said, not an Angular user here. I'm aware of this work because I was working, close to the core team on their signals implementation. But yes, Angular is definitely on the move, so to speak. Something to pay attention to.
I almost feel like it's like we're tired of being pushed around, It's like we're gonna take this stuff seriously and embracing signals. It's like I don't know. It's admirable and it's exciting, even though Angular is a part of my past. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's so interesting to me because there's been some some topics, speaking of Angular, Zone.js has gotten a lot of criticism, but because of the work on React server components, we're kind of trying to bring Zone.js into the browser and into the server environment with these async local storage and AsyncContext APIs. And the reason that, sorry, where am I? Yeah, I'm not quite caught up yet. Okay, okay. This stuff is all, okay. I was just seeing on the dates. The reason I want to bring this up is because as a framework author, it's really hard because you kind of want to support the latest and greatest features, and React is going really hard with Next and stuff. Be like, I assumed it was off the table because this is only available in Node, but I saw that Cloudflare Workers released a version of like Node async local storage for Cloudflare, and because Next is kind of strong arming it, and it's kind of interesting to see because like if every platform is going to support it, then I want to in, but it's not standards yet. So it's interesting. There's been this kind of dynamic where Vercel has been kind of pushing stuff for Next, even though it doesn't exist in the standards yet. Essentially, kind of like preemptively doing it and then releasing it and then breaking other people's stuff, which has been kind of a challenge here, right? Because someone's asking, well, how did they do it? Well, this thread has some aftermath, but basically, this drama was from January, but it kind of came up again because there's we're kind of getting to a point where you got to start asking the question what these standards groups are doing, because what had happened was there was some kind of drama, and a bunch of people from different places like Luca from Dino and Matt Kane from Netlify were like, look, my issue isn't with them implementing it, it's them putting it on global this, then making Next.js fail on any edge runtime that doesn't have it. They also made a big noise at their edge runtime being standards compliant and working, right? I agree, but don't call your system standard. Like, so there was a little bit of heat, like, they're like, this is fine. Like, no, there's no specification, everybody would implement it differently. And like, this just goes deep and deep and deep. I remember when I saw this discussion and it was just like Jared from Bun and like, everyone was just kind of going,
I saw that one.
This should be like, where's the drama, for Fastify, like this is a couple months old, but my point is whatever Vercel and React or Next or whatever have been doing, it's kind of worked because now everybody's just implementing these features, and me as another framework author was like, can I depend on them being here? And I went and I talked to Luca, and Luca's like, yeah, it's coming in a couple weeks. And I talked to Jared, and he's like, yeah, he was saying that, maybe Winter CG is kind of like, he basically said that it's tricky to get these standards to work. And I started kind of wondering, like, is this just going to be us implementing Node libraries, like Node stuff in the browser? Is that what this has come down to? It's like a community deciding like which Node APIs they want. Because it's like, it is tricky because like as a framework author, like async local storage or AsyncContext opens up a huge DX win. I don't know about the performance yet, but like it's hard. Like if you want your framework to work on every platform, it's hard to make that decision. Like certain frameworks might not care. They might be fine, say, only working on Vercel. But this is a very awkward thing. And Theo almost subtweeted this, not me, but like this whole thing where he was saying like, let's see if I can find it.
It might be worth giving 10 seconds of what like the local storage async actually is, because there's been a lot of confusion from people about what it actually is. Yeah,
async local storage is the ability to have essentially context that travels over the let's see if I can get back here to it.
Like the asynchronous call stack.
Yeah, exactly. So you can start like a request and do no matter how many await, async awaits in the pattern, you can just restore and grab that context, which is really valuable on a server where you want to keep the request and not like cross the lanes, so to speak. But like, I'm not going to find it now. He posts too much as well.
On the front end, like it could open up patterns, like being able to use like, it's kind of like being able to, you could create hooks kind of like a hook-based system that works in async functions, if you will. Like you'd be able to retain context in your stack based on like regardless if you're in an async function or not.
Right, and it's really interesting even for stuff like reactivity because you with async await, there's no way to intercept it, like to restore something when the await comes back. You don't get to restore it. Like async await works kind of like a callback stack where like it goes down before it comes back up. So if you're at this stage, and then you have the context, and then you go down and you await, even though technically the code returns, you don't get to like get into the async tree until it gets back up to you, if that makes sense. So it makes it very difficult. Yeah, here we go. Here's Theo's. Good web technology works on every infra provider. Man, I hate this sentiment so much. I don't want to live in a world where the best frameworks are limited by the most outdated providers. I do not support technology that explicitly obfuscate implementation. This is not the same thing in provider, blah, blah, blah. I understand where he was getting at. It's not even related, but my actual concern is that like everybody implementing something different makes it almost impossible to have like it's a moving target, right?
Yeah.
like this is a challenge from a standard. Like we want like the first stage is understand the primitives. The next thing is the standard. Like I feel like we might understand the primitives enough now to talk about standardization, but yeah, this is kind of a challenging topic still here, because like I understand why. Like look here, they have a champion. It's a stage 1 or stage 2 proposal now with TC39. Malte, the CTO from Vercel. So like to be fair, like I'd say AsyncLocalStorage is always the most useful API with the worst possible name. Now AsyncContext is the most useful API, an actually good name, and actually good API and has a great name. Yeah. So I mean, it is exciting stuff. It's just like it's really hard as someone trying to like target Dino and Cloudflare and AWS. I mean, they find that those are Node, but like all the different environments and being able to go like, can I use this or not? Like we need can I use for edge runtimes
for edge for edge environments.
Right. So yeah, it seems though like generally if React wants something bad enough, it will happen. So there's a tweet also along this vein where Theo wrote something like never bet against React, and people are like, did you and Ryan have a fight? And it's like this is what I meant by that, like what my perception of that is React has such a community pull that like when they added hooks, the Chrome team went and optimized array destructuring. Yeah, like it used to use an iterator like pull like a for loop, and literally they announced hooks, and then a week later Chrome went and optimized it.
Right, they saw it and they were like, "Oh crap!"
So I mean,
we got to make that faster.
So like, yeah, it is definitely a tricky one here. Okay, hey Austin, how's it going? Hands up! Oh, another raid. Thank you.
Yeah, it's crazy how much politics can actually get into this kind of stuff, like which features are going to get developed and when and how fast they move.
I can't wait for a React browser shipping the React runtime. I mean, this has come up in conversations. It's funny. So like, yeah, this is definitely a challenge, in how this kind of fits in, with this moving piece. Yeah, see, that was the first week that I was away, and I've almost caught up because on the bookmark side, I got a few other things that I thought were interesting. One of the first ones was this. I think this was a joke, but like, I don't know. What do you feel like when you see this, Tanner?
Like, I think that there's probably many of us who have like a top level component that looks like this. And I wouldn't say like I have one that looks like this. I don't have that many. I maybe have like a half to a 3/4 of that. Right. But I'm not afraid of it. It's not like people might make the assumption that like this is everywhere in your application. It's like, no, this is like where you set up your providers yes, you got to wrap them all up. If you want to build a piping function to pipe them through, like laterally, then you can. But people who are like hitting on it for like, oh man, this is so terrible. I don't know. I think we might be like picking at some really specifics here. It's really
it's funny. There's so many responses I can't find it. I remember reading Dan Abramov's response.
One of the Hadouken.
Yeah. I mean, this comes back to callback hell had this problem, but if I remember correctly, Dan Abramov responded and he was just like, "What's the problem?" Like he just looked at the picture and he was just like, "I don't see what the problem is." Like, are you complaining about something? And it is kind of like that because it's like, yeah, this had a lot of responses. It's just like this ends up in one file. Like, who the hell cares, right? Like,
yeah, absolutely. And you know what? Like, if you were comparing this one-to-one with some of the crazy stuff that happens in other files that is actually useful, this is super easy to understand. Like, I saw that shirt one, that was funny. But like there's way more weirdness with React in other places that may not visually look as funny because it's not this like indented arrow, but it's just as much of a WTF moment. What is this?
Yeah, I mean the funniest thing is like this literally, maybe he quote tweeted, like this literally took the, like this, like there are 232 quote trees. Like this is just such a ridiculous, I hate this in React, but not sure it's a mistake. Yeah. For those who asked for reference, yeah, there we go.
We've done this for a while. It's fine. Context providers were a mistake. No.
Work of art. When I see posts like this,
I feel a little bit that way. I have a little bit of sentiment there. Yeah.
Yeah, like...
I was really sad that there wasn't a query provider in it.
Yeah. You like went through and you're like, where is it?
And I'm like, where's the query provider? Dang it, I didn't make the cut.
No, it's SWR.
Yeah, that's why it looks so bad. I'm just joking.
Oh. Some said jQuery was a mistake.
Gross was a good way to reject tech. We wouldn't be using TypeScript. So true. Oh man, visually getting used to TypeScript syntax is a hurdle. I know that it is, but once you get used to it, you love it. I still have problems with like object destructuring and TypeScript definitions, so that really bothers me.
Literally everybody has an opinion on this one. I guess this is
the win.
Oh man. Anyway, the things we talk about. 3 hours late, start over. No, this is the fun part where we just talk about Twitter at the end of my stream on This Week in JavaScript. What else was fun? Okay, this was not fun. Picture, checking your dashboard one day and finding you out that you have a $3,000 bill in just 6 hours from Vercel.
I saw that. Yeah.
This I remember this post happening right before I would have streamed, so we're catching up on the week, but this is just huge. What is very cool is that, I mean, it depends on how you feel about it, but once this got, like, when they worked with the support, the Vercel team was like, look, we have downstream costs, like we can't forgive you this because like we don't, like, your costs are transported straight to AWS. Like they use other cloud providers. They're on the hook for the bill. They have less power in being able to do stuff. Mm-hmm. So he just put it up and, well,
I saw this, yeah.
Yeah, Guillermo and the team got right on it. So awesome on them. We collude our analysts. We were finding the overages. We identified the root cause. The root cause is that this was an Astro app on Vercel. Is the Astro bundle handled deployment process is monolithic. There is a top-level await for RS point, which API with a fetch. The issue is is that these two, the rest of the app, were bundled together. Therefore, anytime the function was invoked, the top level await was running for all endpoints. It never yielded, and it's fully autonomous, which means it ran in a circle. It's kind of Swiss cheese kind of failure. It required top level await, the monolithic built bundle, RS function using fetch rather than importing. Multiplying what we're doing, we deploy a fix that ensures it. Okay, so for people who don't understand, what happened is in their bundle, they were using like a top level await somewhere, and that top level await called like the server function, like itself. So they had this loop that whenever a new request came in and it spun it itself up, it called itself, it spun it
and just sat there and just waited, right? Because it never.
My understanding is it was that it. I thought it was just he had a stupid number of requests, even though no one was hitting the API. It was literally just cycling itself. It was requesting itself, which created a new instance that fetched itself, that created a new instance that fetched itself, that created a new instance.
I wonder, did that exponentially get out of hand, or was it just time?
I think it just was like an infinite loop, and I think the problem here is they were saying it's because that fetch had nothing to do with the endpoint they hit. Like it wasn't like it was something to set up some other endpoint, and because it was part of all the same bundle, we ended up in this kind of infinite loop. So the way they fetch the data and cause this loop of a failure. The interesting part to me is monolithic bundling. It's super, 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 super common in this space for serverless functions. They acted like Astro is doing something unusual here, but literally every framework does monolithic bundling except for maybe Next on their infrastructure for Vercel. But it's
I don't feel like it's very out of place. Like what
because the reason is like Cloudflare, you had to make it all into a single bundle, and then you do Dino. Like the Dino's fine, but like basically most providers don't have like Netlify and Vercel have these like file-based like build output styles where you can just put stuff in the right place and it'll all work, and you can have these separate things. But most of the providers are like, provide us a JS file, like essentially. So it's like it's not very uncommon to have these monolithic bundles. It's actually super common to have it. But Astro's top level await is a little bit unusual, like the way you can use in the components. But even then, you're like, okay. But it's weird the way that you're able to fetch themselves. So this is kind of the thing. What I did interestingly look at is if you dig a little further after a bit more conversation, Guillermo added, what did he add? Let me see what he said. Let me see if I can find what he said. More explanation. It was a perfect storm. The fetch also needed to have process M Vercel URL, otherwise the full recursion wouldn't have triggered. I can't blame Mike here. Very tricky to debug, even for the team recursion specialist. Value less than make platform. So like, basically, there also was no safeguard to like, which is hard because if you let the end user do what you like, basically the fetch had to be set up specifically in a way that was like cyclic in order to do it. My understanding is that the fix from Vercel isn't to get Astro to bundle differently or whatever. It's to make sure that like they could prevent like this cyclic refetch, because like you basically never need to do that.
Yeah, and if somebody does come up with a use case to do it, add a flag in that says "Let me do it." You know, but I mean, when you're a cloud hosting provider, like one of your very first responsibilities is to make it sure that your users feel like they're in control of their spend, you know? And I know it was the perfect storm, you know, like it was kind of Swiss cheesy a little bit, but I don't think it's as rare as he's making it sound, like that it could happen. But I definitely wouldn't put this on Astro.
Yeah, it was interesting. There was a few customers who came out of the woodwork once this happened, and kind of tell their story. I think there's always a chance of this when you have this. You're in this situation where you're like provisioning someone else's service. Like you're in the middle, and your margins are completely based off how much you like, and like you make on top of like AWS or Cloudflare or Dino or like whatever Google Cloud or whatever. So like this is one of those tricky scenarios. This got a lot of attention though, so people are like, could you just like put a money limit on it? Like I think there's a lot of solutions.
The very first time I saw it is I was like, you know, I mean, there's a lot of, unfortunately, I think there's a lot of like serverless auto scaling systems that don't allow you to put hard limits on stuff, but it would be really handy for something like Vercel to just be able to say, hey, you know what, this isn't something that I want to spin up and handle a bunch of stuff unless I'm expecting it. I only want to spend this much money, And in fact, I think there's a lot of Google cloud services that don't let you use their products unless you have a limit set somewhere.
Yeah,
I might be wrong about that, but I swear I've seen it in Google Cloud. That's like they just don't let you use certain things unless you set up a limit.
yeah, it's potential. I haven't used Google Cloud. Fred also got in and was like, "Hey, appreciate the action of Vercel to refund the Astro developer. This is the first time we've ever seen anything like this in an Astro project. To recap, Astro builds apps in single JS for easy deploys across different hosts. Right, it's exactly what I just said.
Yeah.
Bundling code can introduce subtle differences in prod behavior, which is domino check thing. On other hosts, this would have been an annoying but manageable infinite recursion bug. But the combo of infinite serverless scalability, a good thing, with zero limit to protect the basic uses is what turned this bizarre bug into 3000 nightmare."
Yeah, there it is. That's probably the best explanation of it.
Yeah. We're looking at features on the Astro side.
See, you
And
shouldn't have to do that, but I'm glad that Fred would. That
tweets are very promising, collaborative, blah blah blah, and yeah, we can add a circuit breaker. Yeah, so that was the drama, so to speak. But I'm glad we got to a place where it wasn't crazy hostile pointing fingers thing.
right. And it's interesting to think about situations like this. Yeah, because like that, Vercel basically just had to forgive that, right? And if you're AWS, forgiving that is just like, oh,
Yeah.
darn it, the power bill margin went down a little bit,
Yeah.
But when
Yeah.
you're Vercel and you forgive that, you're like, oh crap, that cuts right into our revenue,
Yeah.
So yeah, it's a different story for kind of these services.
Yeah. And like this, they really didn't have much of a choice at this point, right? Like once it went viral, they had to kind of deal with it.
Oh,
But
absolutely. It's worth every penny to get it down as fast as possible.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's why that's why he is saying, yeah, we're going to put stuff in place to avoid this, because preventative measures are always going to be better to avoid any more incidents like this, right?
So, yeah, okay. Where are we? We're going up the bookmarks now. All right.
Oh, this one was interesting.
Did you see this? Rewrite everything in Rust, they said. They've been doing some incredible improvements to Vite and Vite's startup time.
Yeah. I didn't look anything. I didn't look at anything beyond these pictures, but I've been waiting to talk to somebody who is smarter than me about what the heck is going
Well,
on.
what do we like? I mean, the funny thing is, to be comparable, they have to also compare like not just like the ES build Rust thing, but also like the fancy stuff like SWC or Babel. So what you're seeing here is that the new version of Vite, the startup time is like 4 times faster in some cases on cold start. Basically, the cold start and the warm start are almost identical. They got the difference down to like 500 milliseconds in this like example, right? So like this is a huge thing. HMR similar. It's even Vite's always been good at leaf performance, but not at root performance. So when the TurboPack did the comparison, I remember like on one metric, Vite was like basically the same or slightly better, and then TurboPack was like considerably better on the other one. So I think this improvement here is the one like that is going to make the big jump, right?
Right.
Here's the other tools. Vite, see, TurboPack, Babel, SWC. So RSPack, that's pretty impressive. Farm, those ones are new. Parcel, rewritten in Rust. I think this is where Evan's comment is coming from. Webpack with SWC and with Babel. Webpack's also the slowest. But yeah, this move down for Vite was huge, because now essentially they're just saying like, look, we don't need, because TurboPack next, I believe, is SWC. Like,
yeah, I think
like the original performance comparison.
Maybe there's some Go in there, isn't there?
Yeah, I mean SWC is written in Go, if I'm right. SWC bundler, bundler.
Rust based.
Oh, is it Rust based? Okay, one of them was Go based, I thought.
Yeah, I thought so too.
Yeah,
Maybe
it's
it
Rust.
was Go, and then he moved it to Rust.
Yeah, okay, everyone in the chat is telling me saying that it's Rust. Okay. Turbo Repo was Go based. Oh, ES Build's the one that's built on Go. Yes.
ES Build is, yeah, it's built on Go. And so I've been wondering about this, to be honest, because, you know, the renaissance of like people moving away from like JavaScript to actually do all this compilation and whatnot. Like I've been impressed with all the speed gains that we've seen, all these different tools. But I've always wondered, because it's kind of like a pendulum, right? It's like, oh, let's go see how far we can take this. And then maybe we realize that, you know, where's the balance, right?
Yeah, it's tricky because the custom plugins written in JavaScript are a huge boon for Babel. It's why we haven't moved. But look, SWC is what, like, to be fair, Vite with Babel is still a tiny bit slower than TurboPack with Next. But SWC does make us a considerable difference, right? And these obviously pure Rust frameworks are even, our approaches are even faster. But in any ways,
at what cost? That's kind of what I'm asking. I think somebody in the comments on this actually started talking about, like the unseen costs of ecosystem and like how accessible it is to developers who actually use it, right? I mean, I'm thinking about it even from our perspective. Like, we're writing Vite plugins that are, they're using Babel to walk the AST and make changes to make Bling work.
Well, because it's tricky to actually, you have to know Rust. You have to write the Rust plugin. I like, for something like Bling, I think we could probably do reasonably well to get into SWC. Like, I talked to Donnie a while back about what I would need to do. But for Solid, it's tricky because our Babel plugin is complicated. Someone started it, or I know Milo started it. There is a Solid SWC plugin for doing our JSX transform, but for me, tinkering and working on stuff, and I can't picture moving it to Rust at this point when I'm still actively improving compilation mechanisms, you know what I mean, and figuring stuff out. It's moving the tooling out is definitely a cost if you're not gonna eventually maybe projects get to a point where you have Rust specialists or whatever, but
I think it needs to be right. You need to have enough stability in the ecosystem where it's okay, we're not really tinkering so much anymore. We know kind of the plugins and the patterns that we need to support, so we're going to optimize those. But then you optimize as bundling, and then eventually you'll have to unbundle again because you'll need to tinker again. And so it feels like a bit of a pendulum to some extent.
But what I gotta say here is, and I know maybe TurboPack has some hybrid stuff there too, where they're if I can get Babel plus Vite at 48 here, letting me writing all my stuff in JavaScript, I think Parcel's, I forget if Parcel has JavaScript plugins that have rewritten Rust. I don't we're just seeing the numbers move this way regardless of they are leveraging Rust and Go and stuff under the hood, but there is differences here on some of the options that let you still get pretty good performance compared to Webpack 5 with Babel.
If everything's getting faster, at what point does beating another one kind of just not really matter anymore?
Well, it depends on what the cost of this build is for you. It might be build time in your CI in terms of slowing down your deployments, but I wonder if that's an architectural problem. It might be build times on your own local machine when you're doing development. That could be costly. That could be, if it is prohibitively expensive when you're trying to do development, that is very awkward as well because it affects developer time. On the positive, if this doesn't affect the end user, so I've been, it depends on the thing, but for me, I would take a UX for the end user over this kind of DX up to about 1,000 to 1 scale. I'm willing to wait 1,000 times longer for something to happen in development than what I put on the end user.
Yeah, I agree.
Like a trade-off, 100 milliseconds to the end user is it could be more detrimental than, you know what I mean? I was trying to remember when I did the math, but
Yeah,
like,
I agree. Within reason, right?
yeah,
There's a threshold for everything.
right.
But it's kind of goes back to that React thing. Like as long as it's good enough, then I don't see the point in kind of like quibbling over a couple milliseconds here and there. You know.
Yeah, people are asking if I do Go. The funny thing is, I really liked Go when I first looked at it, like way back, but only tertiarily. I just like I thought the whole like was a coroutine thing, you know, when I was learning about that and generators and stuff. I thought it was really cool the way the communication patterns worked, like just the Go routines and stuff. But like, I don't know, Greg with Leptos, there's something about the way Russ just kept on erroring all the time about every little thing that I don't know. Maybe I'm just looking. Yeah, I don't know.
So we're a Golang team at Nozzle.
Oh yeah.
If you really love Go, we write a lot of Go at Nozzle. All of our stuff in the back end is written in Go. So
There you go.
really smart guys working on the back end, and girls, they work right over there. But yeah, we love Go, and I've learned a little bit of it as we've been building Nozzle, and I'm really impressed with it. There's one really great thing I like about Go, and it's the explicit error handling. That's everybody can take a page out of that book, in my opinion.
Yeah. Okay. What else? Oh yeah. We'll go back to the bookmarks in a minute, but this one was big for me and big for the community. What's going on? I see more people on Twitch all of a sudden. Did I get raided again, or is this just people naturally coming on? No. Yeah. Good. We're having fun. Okay, let's keep on going. AWS. I don't know if you saw the big thing about a week ago. Vercel added streaming support to their serverless functions as well. Right now, only the edge providers had it because like Cloudflare and Dino support it, but AWS Lambda not support streaming. So Vercel came up with this cool approach where they're like using Cloudflare workers to do this communication back and forth and like proxying it, and came up with like a way to make all your serverless functions work with streaming. And again, Next.js, you know, future React server components, all that kind of stuff. You know, they couldn't get the platforms to move fast enough, so they were like, okay, we're gonna build it ourselves. Literally a week after they released, and I know Vercel's been working on this stuff for months, you know, and they had released it in previous betas, but like last week is when the solution went public and they did the article posting and all that. AWS releases it, and they didn't release it right away. Someone Dax kind of shared this to me, and he's like, he showed me this, and I'm like, oh, I looked at it and I'm like, wow, this is it. Like it was a Git commit, and then about an hour later, the official announcement came out, and yeah, this is big. Out of order streaming now supported. A bunch of people are like, oh, what's the big deal with streaming? We've talked about it before. This is like feature that front-end frameworks have been wanting for at least a couple years now, and AWS was like the only platform not. And it's funny, I talked to some people and they're like, oh, what's the big deal? You can do WebSockets and all this stuff, and they don't get it. This is all about mainly that initial communication. Like after the fact, streaming is powerful too, but this is basically we want to stream HTML requests so that we can like send back content as soon as possible and fill in those suspense boundaries
on that first load. Like that's what's important. It's on that very first page entry.
Right. Yeah, like you saw them from my WebSocket stream, like with people who watch with live view. There's like a delay. Like you don't, if you care about like page load times, WebSockets are like they're not for your initial render. They're for after the fact. Yeah. And the thing with React Server Components approach is you end up getting that first page experience on like every subsequent navigation. So you're streaming in the content, like because you can go to the next server component page, render the static stuff, and then stream in the suspense boundaries under there again.
Yep.
So this is something that like Marco's, it's so funny, like Marco's wanted this forever because they've had streaming since like the inception, 2013, 2014. We added streaming in Solid back in 2020, I want to say. Yeah, 2020. And again, same scenario. React added streaming in 2022. You know, and then Remix a little later in the year, like towards the end of 22, added it. Like everybody's been waiting on this. So for me, this is like the thing that I was waiting. It was funny in 2022. I was like 2022 is going to be the year of streaming, right? It everyone implemented it, and then AWS still didn't support it. So finally, we have it now. Yeah. The Keel came on my stream a while ago and did like an example of server sent events. Yeah. There's lots of like different ways we can do, but like the same fundamental mechanism we have to consider here about getting that first initial content in.
Yeah.
What is SWC? Sorry, I'm jumping back. I'm sorry. SWC is a bundler. They just called it SWC. I don't know what it stands for. It's just a Rust-based bundler. All right. Okay, so what am I doing here? Yeah, big props to Dan on his trip to doing a whole bunch of stuff. He wrote a great article about his journey into open source, and he was on Learn with Jason. I want to quickly just highlight this article. He did, for those you don't know, Dan started his journey as a Vue dev, and it was his interaction with Evan You directly, like on GitHub issues, that like got him into it. He brought up a bunch of concerns, and Evan just straight up just responded to them, like, you know, because I guess there's some perception there, like maybe even from him, like you know, Evan's like this guy in charge of this huge project, like you don't go talk to the CEO, so to speak, right? And Evan was just like straight up, you know, yeah, I agree with you, and talk through the points. And then Dan was like, yeah, I want to get into open source and do this stuff. So he tells this whole story, how he ended up joining on with Solid and Astro and where he's going now. Really, really great article. Just give Dan a little more shout out. He's been pushing really hard the last little bit here. Okay, sweet. Before we get to there, sorry, this is like a juggling thing. While I'm also looking at my bookmarks here, I do want to give a quick shout out also, if people didn't catch it on. I quite enjoyed your DevTools FM interview, Tanner. You went into a lot of detail. Yeah, I mean, we did a lot of this similar stuff today, but yeah. Oh, you know, the funny thing is I'm not going to see the quote tweet now. Oh yeah, what's Bling? A framework can also approach the server components. There you go. Let's see if I can find, let's see, 2 quotes. This we talked about earlier, but for what it's worth, use client and use server aren't intended as React-only features. It's exactly why neutral bundles like Bud and Parcel are exploring them. We believe they will empower the next generation frameworks, including outside of React. We recognize the value. And I did talk to Dan about this. I think it's interesting. I could see like if React's going to have the push that we could use these conventions. The tricky part, as we talked about before, is like there are benefits of not using this convention. So I think convention might be where we battle a little bit. So which is hard because then the whole how do you wrap it up as an npm package gets fractured a little bit.
You know my opinions on that topic though. Like
yeah,
that I believe optimizing the ecosystem for that use case is, might be a mistake. That's kind of where I sit a little bit.
Yeah, and here we go. Jared was like, yeah, we made ours React, you know, bundler list. So people are working on it. It's just like, I don't know if the other frameworks are going to play ball here. Like it doesn't really fit into their perspective, I think. Okay, what do we got here?
I just don't buy into that whole import an npm component and then you render it and then it does things for you asynchronously on the server. I don't know. I could be wrong.
Yeah. So continuing on with some of the React stuff, I thought this was interesting, and it's kind of related to the topics we talked about a bit today. They are definitely on a bit of. There's a question about RSC patterns in Qwik, and the truth of the matter is, Qwik does not have RSC patterns as of today. In fact, React is unique in that even with Qwik's ability to lazy load, and I just want to bring up this point a bit, like bring all the pieces in. It's like an optimized version of islands, essentially. Like it's like
Right.
taking the Astro idea and taking it to the next level. That in itself doesn't fundamentally change the point of that. If you take something that is server and put something client in it, like it doesn't change the fact that like if you were to go to the next location and it's not there, you have to go to the server to render it. Like basically you have two choices: load that code into the browser or do a full page reload until you get to these new routing paradigms. So I think I only wanted to point this out is that for all the optimization that we're doing here, we still have an architectural problem to solve on the routing side. I think there's solutions here. I think, I don't know what Dan was trying to think. He called them out to kind of talk about it. And if I remember, I said, this comes down to routing, doesn't it? And the Manu says something similar. I look route loader before rendering, even at spa, so we could run the markdown generator. Like we talked in the last chat, Qwik is exceptionally first page loads. So we recommend using full page loads since there's no hydration cost and suffer this problem if you ran the code in the component. However, if we like the approach of RC or SPA, we're currently working on a new pattern. Okay. So the reason I like his comment here about route loader data, because one of the things people kind of forget about is like some things that could be expressed as server components can also just be expressed as an API. Like this is one of the comments I always thought was interesting about like Remix, where like people like, oh, Remix, puts more stuff on the server and then, makes my bundle smaller and stuff. And I was like, I didn't buy that for a second, because like literally anything saving you could make on from like using Remix style patterns, you're just pushing more, like move the data formatting into your API route instead of into the client. Now you're not including Moment.js. Like you always had the ability to push your markdown generator into an API request. Like there's always a way of doing this without this abstraction, except for what I just was talking about, which is that ability to, I mean, even then, this abstraction is still basically an API request for markup. So like, it is possible to have always done this, but it is, the benefit of this is how simple the abstraction is. I just kind of wanted to, I thought this was an interesting point of thing to look at here, because I think there's still a lot of work to be done by everyone in the zone. In that sense, React focusing on the architecture instead of focusing on the optimization has them in a certain place ahead. What's interesting is when the others actually come up with the architecture to go with the optimization, we might be talking about a very different story, because in a sense, most other solutions are just so much more optimal in this space, so to speak, like Qwik or the stuff with the islands, and I mean the island, even the stuff with the islands compared to the server components, like so much smaller, so much less overhead.
Right. Well, I mean, we were even talking the other day about kind of the trade-offs between like what are you amortizing, out of the gate, and versus you're still shipping. Like you always have to ship across the first thing, right? Like the first bit of HTML. So you're always like doubling up with RSCs on the first request. You got to ship the HTML, and you got to remember what we were talking about the other day, or
yeah.
something entirely different.
No, it's similar, because I was saying like, what if you just, instead of sending server components, viewed it as lazy loaded client templates, because then the code you need for interactivity is scaled linearly, because it's not based on component size in a reactive library. Yeah, I think there's some more options here, because I think once you get to a point where you realize that it's fundamentally a diffing problem, there's always a way to do something fundamentally better than diffing. So
yeah, and I was really intrigued by your little discussion comment about like the template, like lazy loaded template solution.
yeah,
Like it kind of sparked my brain a little bit. On
there
are a lot of use cases, I think, where that would amortize a lot better than doing kind of this other way around of just shipping markup and diffing.
Yeah, exactly. So I need to think of the implications of it. One thing that I do like about the server component mentality is it's because it's the same thing that we've had with islands forever, is that there is this clear server client division in a sense. So like you can say like this is this stays on the server. But it's possible that with a smart enough system of analysis, if you could tell what is interactive and stateful, the framework could make that decision for you. You know, that's what Marco's doing, and that's what Qwik's premise is as well. But even with that, you still have to handle the routing situation.
Yeah. Yep. Like we've been talking about, just routing is key.
Yeah. What do we got here? This is,
I saw that one.
This is cute. I thought Ben just got higher follower count than Fred. So again, this is for those who don't know. This is from the joke from that video that I showed earlier with Fred and Dax about the Between Two Ferns interview. Do check it out. He made a joke some way along that you should make someone else the CEO. You know, that guy with the whiteboard, everybody likes him. So in any case, yeah, there's a question. Qwik and Astro required to use Mutation to be optimized. I don't make that decision. To me, I don't really. I think it's possible. Yeah, maybe that is the right mentality split. I've thought of it very much as MPA plus for React Server components. I don't really think of them as single page apps, but mechanically they have all the mechanics of single page apps, even if the authoring experience is almost identical to multi-page apps. So yeah, it's just some very specialized API routes. So I can see this argument, and that's probably going to be the thing that eventually unlocks me from where I've been currently thinking about these things. And that's the thing, because Astro's client navigation proposal, which is, I said, based on a lot of the similar thinking that I'd been doing recently, is really approaching it from an MPA diffing standpoint. So even though, like, I don't think they're doing nested routing, but if you did nested routing with that approach, which is basically what SolidStart's Islands demo is, that we've already made, like our Islands Plus or our server component demo, then it is very much MPA plus rather than like being like a single page app all of a sudden. Like it's very hard to really categorize them either way, at least from an authoring standpoint. It's why React teams had such a hard time explaining server components, and like every time they do it, Dan gets a little better, at the explanation. And it comes down to, it's way easier to explain them to people talking about it like an MPA, and then like forget about the rest. And people are like, how does that work? Forget about it for a minute. Just pretend you are writing some server components that have islands, and then it just navigates from the really high, like that from the very high level. It's easier to talk about that than talk about what they actually are doing. Which is an interesting place for us as framework lands to get with, because that amount of complexity probably is a lot harder. You lose a bit of transparency there, which is, I'm hoping we get to a point where we can make things explainable again. I know. Like, I'm crazy, aren't I?
I mean, I need to, yeah. I can't even explain. I can't even explain them to a lot of people who ask me about them. So that's why I'm like trying to immerse myself in them, Yeah. And they're very difficult to talk about, because there's such a blend of a lot of different things. So it's almost like we kind of lack some of the vocabulary right now.
Right.
Talk about them.
It's that, but also like it needs to be explainable from a first like a learner. There has to be like a learner's journey here.
Perspective.
Yeah, and the problem is that teaching starts from a completely different point than React does today. It starts from like a server first teaching, I think. But maybe that's the problem. Like, yeah. I mean, this is no. I mean, the DX means that we have to think about it from a server first perspective. So like, it is definitely a departure.
Yeah. And I think it's interesting to talk about it too over the entire life cycle of the app, because in the bits and pieces of it, on first load, It's like, okay, let me explain to you what server components mean for the first load, and we talk about, the holes that are created in the markup and the streaming and all that. But then you go beyond that and you talk about, okay, here's what happens after that, and you navigate around, and here's the diffing. There's so many moving pieces involved, where before it was really easy to explain. In my opinion, it was easy to explain isomorphic SSR to a lot of people, because it was pretty uniform. And I don't know, this just seems way more multifaceted, and I think that's why it's a little harder to explain out of the gate.
Definitely. But with that, I think the last thing I want to shout out, obviously, I have Tanner here, is we are both speaking at a panel at Reactathon, coming up here on May the 2nd, I want to say. So this is going to be fun. We're going to be talking about server components and a lot of the topics we talked about today. So yeah, let me see. I'm going to pull up Reactathon right here. And yeah, I mean, these conferences can definitely be expensive, but if you can get budget, there's some great speakers here. Looks like we got David Corsid, Theo Brown, Jeff Escalante, who he was the engineering director at Next, during the development of the server components. There's if you're in the San Francisco area, this could be worth checking out. Oh, West Boss, I didn't even. Very cool. Little Reactathon shout out. The last guy's cool too. Sorry, I was just going through it quick. Is TanStack ready for production? I think everyone who asked this is asking about the router, because most of TanStack is heavily used in production.
If TanStack router is not ready for production.
Yeah, but everything else is.
Yeah. I mean, anything's ready for production if you're willing to lock it into a specific release.
That's true.
Anything's ready for production if you're willing to ship it.
All right. I'm going to zoom back out here. I don't know. I'm not going to cover the Rust thing. I did not do it. I know Theo got DDoSed pretty hard, and he was like streaming his DDoS thing. I remember early week, but he's going to cover it better than I did.
Theo and Prime will cover the Rust thing way better than we ever could. So
yeah, we're focusing on the JavaScript. So I think we talked about a lot of that stuff. So that pretty much wraps up this week. I'm good. 4.5 hours. That was a great stream. You stayed with me the whole time. That's impressive.
Oh, yeah.
I think Nikhil's the only other person who stayed on a stream with me like this long.
Oh, so I got the staying power for the stream. We can do it anytime.
Yeah. No, it was a lot of fun. Yeah, Korean barbecue. That is what I'm doing tonight. I am looking forward to that, and we will definitely have Tanner back again. We push more of these things forward, but for those wondering, the schedule next little while is going to be a little bit chaotic. I'm actually going to pull up a calendar right now so I can talk about it for just a second. I'm going to tell you what my plan is for the streams coming up. Next week, 21st, we're going to have Nikhil come on, and we're going to talk about React Server components in Vite and talk about all the other crazy stuff Nikhil's doing. Then on the 28th, I'm sorry guys, I am in London speaking at a conference. I will not be around. Then May 5th, we're going to have to see. Technically, I'll be at Reactathon and also doing a hackathon the day after. I will see if we can do a stream on the 5th. So 21st, 5th. Then on the 12th, I'm in Belgium. So again at a conference, so unfortunately can't do it. On the 19th, I'm back. It's basically every second week. And then I think I'll be around for the 26th as well. And then from there on, the 2nd, the 9th, and the 16th, I will be at Amsterdam, Portugal, Finland, and then family vacation. So
you got a busy time ahead.
Yeah. So it's so funny because one of the weeks I'm going to be back, but I'm literally going to be in Chicago, and then like a lot of those weeks where I actually have a stream on Friday is probably if I have time to prep, I'll be at a conference like the beginning of the week and then come back for the Friday stream. So I'll see if there might be some more. But basically, I have a conference every week starting from the 28th, pretty much.
Nice.
Yeah.
That's a lot busier than I am. I've decided to not be busy this year.
I think that's smart. But yeah.
Yeah.
What's in Portugal? J Nation. It's in Coin.
Oh, I got invited to that. Maybe I should go.
Coimbra.
Coimbra.
Yeah.
Coimbra, I think.
Yeah. So that's gonna be fun. Amsterdam, I'm doing JS Nation again, and future front ends in Finland, and then backtracking, GoTo in Chicago, and BJS in Belgium, and then Reactathon in San Francisco, and then IJS in London. So,
nice.
Yeah. Terrific, solid.
I'm exhausted just thinking about it.
Yeah, I know. I'm working so hard on getting this Astro solid integration out right now, so that like I can kind of like put it out there before I get busy. Like it's fine. I'll have a lot of working hours while I'm out, but yeah, it's a lot. Yeah, exactly. Dan has shown he can pick up the slack, definitely. And Dan should be streaming right now. Oh, he is streaming right now. He just started up. There you go. So I think we're going to call this one today. I don't know. I don't think there's anything else here. And I think we can just... Jutanium. We will send everyone onto whatever content that Dan's streaming. So thank you, Tanner, for joining me. Thank you all for joining us and asking key questions here. A lot of fun, and we'll definitely do this again. So,
this
bring
is
in the bling.
Obligatory because of the title of the stream. So,
yeah, definitely lots of fun. Thank you, everyone.
see you guys.
See ya.